Some design sketches never turn into reality. Not because there was something wrong with the design, but because the imagination did not get the right partner who could turn the sketch into a landmark. Architects dream without limits, yet site compromises often lead to stifled design and creativity. When design is bold and ambitious, Pidilite Professional Solutions steps in as the partner who transforms vision into reality. Backed by 65 years of trust, blending category-leading brands with seamless execution. Our world-class solutions offer you freedom to design without compromising your vision. For hospitality, residential, commercial, infrastructure, and more. From raft to roof, from podium to facade, from construction to interiors. Our expertise has been trusted in high-profile and high-stakes projects across sectors like hospitality, residential, commercial, healthcare, educational institutions, industrial, infrastructure, government, data centers. But systems alone aren't enough. We safeguard your vision through integrated services across the project lifecycle, with a dedicated team of experts for all your construction and interior solutions. Customize detailing at design stage by providing specifications including BOQ and tender-ready estimates with 24/7. Aiding superior execution and keeping you informed of project progress. Certified partner applicators across India. Plus, our in-house expert, waterproofing contractor, Nina Percept. And post-handover, we ensure performance lasts a lifetime. With us, you don't just get products. You get confidence from sketch to site, from handover to years beyond. Pidilite Professional Solutions, enabling bold designs.
Disrupting the flooring industry and introducing the world to holistic solutions through innovation, creativity, and sustainability. Wellspun is making a mark in home solutions with one of the most technologically advanced flooring capabilities, making us the first in the industry to design and manufacture hard and soft flooring products under one roof, Leading this change together, we aim to achieve new heights, unleashing new capabilities that are sustainable and unique. Embracing technology and working with an efficient team to come up with dynamic and unique solutions. Adapting new innovations to deliver the best quality. And as market dynamics change with unusual speed, our responses are built smarter.
Step up to well-spun flooring, made in India, made for the world product.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments or to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, from places across town or across the world. Places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired or create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Some design sketches never turn into reality. Not because there was something wrong with the design, but because the imagination did not get the right partner who could turn the sketch into a landmark. Architects dream without limits, yet site compromises often lead to stifled design and creativity. When design is bold and ambitious, Pidilite Professional Solutions steps in as the partner who transforms vision into reality.
In India. Here's where Welspun Flooring took on a monumental challenge, carpeting 8 lakh square feet across 11 floors.
Freedom to design without compromising your vision. For hospitality, residential, commercial, infrastructure, and more. From raft to roof, from podium to facade, from construction to interiors. Our expertise has been trusted in high-profile and high-stakes projects across sectors like hospitality, residential, commercial, healthcare, educational institutions, industrial, infrastructure, government, data centers. But systems alone aren't enough. We safeguard your vision through integrated services across the project lifecycle with a dedicated team of experts for all your construction and interior solutions. Customize detailing at design stage by providing specifications including BOQ and tender-ready estimates with 24/7 Tech Help Desk. Aiding superior execution and keeping you informed of project progress. Certified.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Request you to kindly settle down. We'll start in another 5 minutes. And I'm really sorry for the delay because of the rains and traffic outside. Request all speakers to take the front rows. Good evening. May I please request you to settle down? We are about to start. Request everyone at the back to kindly settle down. Good evening once again. Kasa काय Pune? Thank you. Welcome to the 30th Smart Office India Summit, Pune edition. This edition is the 30th one, and the conversation has never been more relevant than it is right now. It's truly wonderful to see the hall full of architects, workplace strategies, facility heads, corporate leaders, occupiers, technologists, designers, all gathered with one intent, one shared agenda: building better workspaces. Thank you for being here today, braving the traffic, braving the rain, and helping us to start the event much in time. Though we are delayed by almost half an hour, but still well in time. Thank you so much. A round of applause for each one of you for being here and making this event a huge success. At ITP Media Group, we don't just cover the industry, we convene it. And tonight is a strong reflection of that. ITP Media is one of the largest foreign media companies in India. We do close to 80 plus titles globally, 80 plus magazines, websites, and events related to those verticals. In India, we are servicing 9 different verticals, commercial real estate being one of them. The magazine you see on your table, Commercial Design, is the product that we bring out to reach out to the commercial real estate segment. And this Smart Office event is one of the events that we do throughout the country. Let me give you a small glimpse into what exactly ITP is to have a better understanding. Farin, can we have the ITP video? So this is what we do at ITP. Tonight's summit is centered around one of the most powerful visions, creating next-gen workspaces. But let's be honest, where we stand in 2026. The office has had to earn its place back. In a hybrid-first world, the commute is a choice. And after our beloved PM has given a call, every employee is asking, what does the office offers that a home cannot? I had like 70% of my teammates lining in front of my office and asking the same question. And it's really difficult to answer. The answer is not a bigger desk or a faster Wi-Fi connection. It's a human energy, mentorship, spontaneous collaboration, shared culture, and a sense of belonging. The smartest organization in this room today have already known this and they are designing for it. But here's what has changed. Workplace strategy is no longer a real estate decision. It sits at the intersection of HR, finance, technology, operations, and design. And the organization winning in this era are the ones who have broken these silos and built truly integrated workspace ecosystems. What does this look like in practice? It looks like security that is invisible but airtight, acoustics that protect focus and enable collaboration, flooring that performs as hard as the people walking on it, access systems that are frictionless by design, buildings that are data-driven, energy-efficient, and operationally intelligent. This is no longer design indulgence. This is business performance. And Pune is a perfect city to have this conversation. A city of manufacturing giants, global capability centers, engineering leaders, fast-scaling enterprises. Pune's workspace ecosystem is evolving at a remarkable speed, no doubt. The demand here is clear, globally benchmarked, locally grounded, built to last. Tonight, our panels will take on a real question. How do we bridge global standard with local realities? How do we align workspace design with circular economic principles? And how do we deliver excellence within actual budgets and real timelines? These are not theoretical questions. Every person in this room is living them today. So please question, challenge, push back, and engage. Ask as many questions to the panelists that we are going to have on stage in a while. These are subject experts and have immense knowledge on this subject, and they have been there, done that. So take full advantage of this opportunity today. And we also have some giveaways to the best questions, as well as pay attention to the partner presentations who are going to present here today. They'll be asking you a few questions. The right person who gives the right answer gets a chance to win some goodie bags. So please be engaged. My sincere thanks to our speakers, moderators, panelists for lending us their expertise this evening. And a special thanks to our partners, Pidilite team, Dorma Kaba, Featherlight, Wellspun Flooring, and Metric Comsec. Thanks for powering this platform and bringing this event successfully to Pune again. Let's build workspaces smarter together. Before I hand over the forum to the distinguished panelist, I have a very interesting industry address. We have a partner brand. This company, all of us have seen since childhood, have grown with this company, seeing the beautiful, beautiful creatives they have made. They are known for their creatives. And most of you have known Fevicol ka Madbut Jod. So yes, I'm talking about Pidilite. So we have a very interesting gentleman here coming up for the next presentation. He's going to present on from infrastructure to experience, the new priorities shaping smart offices. And one of the most interesting things I have heard from him is, you dream of a design, you dream of a material, and we'll make it possible for you. So let me call on stage Mr. Anirudh from Pidilite. With a round of applause, can you please invite him on stage? As he walks on, can we have the Pidilite AV, please? All yours.
Thank you so much, Indrajit.
Every designer lives for one moment.
Can you just pause the video once? Good evening, everyone. I am Anirudh, and I'm the regional manager at Pidilite Professional Solutions. Before I just speak very briefly for 5 minutes, there is an AV that we have put together. It's a movie about a lot of architects like you, designers and consultants. What is the experience that you want to give to your clients? So this movie is built around that, and perhaps I'll just conclude around what we want to talk about post the AV. So please, can we have the AV, please?
Every designer lives for one moment when the client walks in for the first time. It's lovely, it's warm, it's applause. But that's not the moment they actually work for. On day one, what a client sees is the surfaces. The wood that finally looks the way they imagined. The floor that makes the room. The stone that feels like it was always there. The facade render that enchants at first sight. The intricate finishes that add a touch of character. This is the easy part of the story. This is expression. The surfaces a space announces itself, with wood, stone, marble, decorative floors, brought to life by ICA Italian wood and wall finishes, Dr. Sippy's specialized flooring solutions, Tinax's stone treating and finishing, Grupo Puma's decorative facade renders, and Electa's micro cement wall and flooring finishes. Then the weeks pass, and the space starts to reveal itself. The stunning seams that always appear seamless. The materials that would never be imagined together but somehow meld elegantly. The grout line that the client now points out like it was their idea. Sometimes the designer lets them believe it was. This is craft, the details that hold a space together. Joinery, junctions, the grout lines where workmanship either shines or betrays itself. Held by Fevicol Bonding Solutions, Araldite Heavy-Duty Adhesive, Roff Tile and Stone Solutions, Star-like Decorative Grouts, and Feviseal Sealants. And then a monsoon, a festival, a full year of living. The part no one talks about on handover day. The part where, if it's been done right, nothing happens. No call, no complaints, no slow disappointment. Just a space, being what it was meant to be. This is confidence, the invisible foundation that lets everything above it live for years without anxiety. The reason a designer can push harder upstairs, anchored by Dr. Fixit, the waterproofing expert. The first reaction is lovely, but the 100th reaction, that's the one designers work for. From the first detail to the final handover, designers need a partner that walks every stage with them. Customized detailing in the design stage, tender-ready BOQs and cost estimates, access to reliable applicators and contractors with proven track records, a single point of contact from start to finish. This is service, our partnership with designers that turns products into possibilities. Across the various segments we cater to, our philosophy remains the same: to deliver solutions that evoke elegant and bespoke experiences. After all, an interior isn't what gets installed, it's what gets experienced and lived in every single day. Pidilite Professional Solutions, enabling bold designs.
Thank you so much for paying attention to the video. And I think the takeaway that we feel is that interiors, when we speak of any space, and I think Mr. Indrajit also put it beautifully, that interiors is now not about infrastructure, it is about the experience of any space. If it's an office space, then we are looking at an energy which is sort of productive. How do you make the experience in office space more collaborative? If it's a hospital, how do you bring in warmth into the space? How do you make the space feel very caring and nurturing? So these are the experiences that as designers that we want to give to any space, whether it is a commercial project or an office project. And what we've realized is during design itself, when the design intent is being frozen, sitting across the table with clients, a lot of this can be taken care in terms of right specifications, because the entire experience that we are talking about on the day of handover is one way, but as the project progresses, I think the experience dawns in, and then we can look at experience to have a decay because of maybe the space is not able to perform, or you can have a very deepened experience where the lighting, the flooring, the partition systems, the laminates are all coherently working. And when we say interiors, it is about materials. There are n number of materials and substrates. So the challenge in the industry is how do you ensure that all these materials seamlessly integrate? And I think that is where Pidilite Professional Solutions comes into the picture. The kind of experience that we spoke about is very critical if the project is designed with the right products and specifications. And that is where we are saying enabling bold designs. And when we say bold designs, we want to give confidence to designers, architects, consultants, and project management consultants that projects can be designed based on your creativity. And the way it performs with time is something that partners like Pidilite can take care of. I think I wouldn't touch about the organization. We are an organization known for innovation and creativity, whether you take it our marketing campaigns or the products. So the gamut of innovation that we've shown across the industry is plethora, and we are also supplying our products to a lot of countries. So that shows about the kind of innovation and the expertise that we've brought to construction chemicals as a subject. So this is what I was talking about, that the team is able to support you in terms of site execution, design, specifications, and takes the complete ownership of the project. So, so designers can continue to spend their time on creating the experience. However, for the experience to last, I think the right technical solutioning is something that you can expect from Pidilite. We have a very clear-cut model because interiors is all about customization. Design is never just one. We expect diversity. I think that's the beauty of design that we do. Every office space, we want it to be unique, though the language of design can be similar. So in order to cater to all kinds of customizations, there's a lot of technology that is available that will protect your interior. So we are able to do that. Execution, the right partners, and as well as assurance. And I think generally what happens is post handover, you need a reliable partner who can go to the site, who can give you more technical solutions. If there is a laminate that is having bubbles, if there is a veneer that is changing color, if there is an Italian stone that is not giving out the kind of finish that you expected post polishing. So these things are very technical in nature, and it's only rework. So I think a partner like Pidilite Professional Solutions can help you understand material compatibility really better. I think this is not working. I'd like to conclude. So everything that I spoke about is actually based on the brands that have already built its repute in the market, whether it is tile adhesives, waterproofing, because office spaces, I think, require the right amount of waterproofing treatments in the refuge areas, in the wet areas. These days, we are planning a lot of cafeterias within the office space. So these office spaces, when you have a live kitchen or a working wash area, there's the kind of waterproofing systems that you need, because most of the offices could be in a building where it is leased out. So we are able to understand the holistic project and then specify the right systems. And it's a concept to completion model. So the expertise can be at any stage of the project, even if the project is in early design or post, there are maintenance issues, we are available. And then we have a tech support as well. All of these solutionings can be reached out on digital platforms as well as on phone. It's basically to give the assurance that we are able to give you technical solutions with credibility. So having said that, everything that I spoke, we have already demonstrated in a lot of prestigious projects of the country. These are some of the projects which are technically very challenging, like deep basements in Sri Lanka. That was about a 24 deep basement in the middle of the ocean. So to understand and do waterproofing for such a project requires technical expertise. And that is where we are able to support in any kind of even insulation systems. With the changing temperatures, the building envelope requires insulation. So those are the systems that can add to the overall energy efficiency of the building as well. So if you look at the flooring of this airport, you will start seeing terrazzo floorings across all the airports in the country, because carpets, etc., are very high maintenance, and even the indoor air quality is affected. So organizations are looking for flooring systems which are seamless, low on maintenance, doesn't have too many quality issues. So these are basically epoxy products. It's an epoxy-based terrazzo, and I think these are the chemistries that we have mastered. So having said that, I'd like to thank all of you for joining us here this evening. And we have a small stall here as well, where I have my team. I have a very efficient team. So the Pidilite Professional Solutions is a bunch of architects, interior designers, and engineers, so that we understand the technicalities of projects and are able to push the right solutionings to all your projects. So have a wonderful evening, all of you, and it would be a pleasure to interact with you post our internal these discussions. So have a good evening, everyone, and I welcome you all once again. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Anirudh, for your beautiful presentation and emphasizing the role of innovation-driven collaboration for smarter workspaces. Today's organizations are no longer simply constructing offices. They are curating experiences, from employees' well-being and collaboration to infrastructure intelligence and operational flexibility. Every element of workspace design is becoming increasingly strategic. And to speak on this topic, we have a very interesting gentleman, Mr. Sudhir Gaurav. He will speak on new priorities shaping smart offices. And as he walks onto stage, can we have the Dorma AV, please?
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments or to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, from places across town or across the world. Places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired or create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
So Sudhir will be speaking on new priorities shaping smart offices from stage. But offline, you can connect with him to know more about temple history, philosophy, and architecture, like timeless architecture. He has mastered that field. I had a very interesting conversation with him like yesterday. So with a round of applause, please welcome Mr. Sudhir Gaurav. And please pay attention to this presentation, as we have a Q&A round after this, and there are a lot of goodies to be won. Thank you, Sudhir.
Hello. Yeah, good evening, all of you. I will start some. Is that okay if I speak in English, Hindi, Marathi? all three languages. Is that okay? I think it should be okay, but let's see how it goes. So, myself, Sudhir Guru, representing Doma Kaba, Pune. I'm architectural specification manager. So, my role is to specify the right product and right solution at the right place. That's why our slogan is every place that matters. So, let's go. I'll take only 10 minutes, not more than that. I know the time is precious. So, this is a company information, basically Doma Kaba. It's not a just a recent company. It's 130 years old. 160 years old, 130 country presence, more than 16,000 employees, more than 2,500 patented products. Yes, the financial I don't want to read. Coming to India, we have a registered office HO at Chennai, that's Mahindra World City, and of course, it's LEED Gold rated. Recently, we got this LEED Gold certification. We have NABL first test certified lab where we know we are continuously doing the hardware testing 24/7. And of course, India presents all metros. We have offices as well as customer experience center also. This is a team of experts in India right now. It's not that we are just trading and we are just giving the supply, but yes, we are taking care of supply, installation, post installation, because we have service department globally. It's a different department which takes care of customer care and AMC. We have a product management, project management, architecture specificity, as I said, business development, marketing communication, aligned with the global ANSI as well as EN standards. The segmentation we have done for the products, basically. Door hardware is about all the door hardwares for the door. Of course, metal, wood, glass we have separated for the interior glass system because glass requires some special treatments. So interior glass system, we have more about the glasses and the uses, and of course the partition, the door and the other things. Entrance system. So any building entrance is very important. So there are two entrances. One is flow, public flow like airports, malls, and there is restricted access like IT companies, corporate sector, offices. So we have both entrance system, restricted entrance system as a public mall or the flow which we require, merger and access. Electronic access and data, we have electronic access and data wherein you find a new innovative electrified hardware which give you the convenience to make the access control system easily available. Mobile walls, sliding folding walls, which you can see for the acoustics. Lodging system is a separated again. Mechanical system, there are much in mechanical system, but we related to the topic is master key system, safe lock services and key system. I'll not talk much. What is the important is that the complete access industry is changing. Dorma is not known only for the door hardware nowadays. It's access solution company, access hardware solutions. You can see the touchless access. After Corona, the touchless access has taken importance. And of course, the hygiene. Earlier it was available, but now it has gained the importance. Shift to electromechanical. So you can see that nothing is mechanical. Everything is shifting to electromechanical because you need completely smart systems, integrated connects and components. So anything you buy, just to give an example that smart homes, smart offices, so everything you buy or everything you install as a product, you want everything integrated with each other. So that is integrated connect and components. Merger of access and flow. As I said you earlier, merger of access and flow is the access control which is used for the restricted access as well as accesses for the traffic congestion and the flow, like airport as an example and industry as an example. Access as a service. What is happening? Access control is used earlier as a tool for the control mechanism, but now it is followed as a service. It's not only the control mechanism or monitoring. Mobile and biometric authentication. Everybody knows about the card which we carry and which we see for the time punching and all. But the authentication which is happened through the biometric as well as for your retina as well as the mobile. So all this shift, the access industry is changing and what we have for that. So these are some of the product lines, sensor barriers. So to give an example, right now, wherever you go, the Adani airports, there is a Digi Yatra, and how convenient it is. Not a struggle for to get an entry, to get a ticket, go seamless, nicely, no queues, nothing. This is because of Digi Yatra, and the Digi Yatra, all the barriers for the Adani airports which we have given. So you can see the barriers. And of course, we can customize as per your interiors, as well as for your aesthetics, and of course, for the security levels. Yes, these are some pictures. You can see that with biometric, as well as with the card reader, as well as with the lift destination control systems, where lift or energy conservation or traffic congestion also can be controlled, which is the integrated part. We have, of course, the perimeter of like industries, which are using boom barriers, as well as for the malls, industrial gates, which is access control, which we call full height turnstiles. Yes, this is right now for the entrances. For the entrances, you can use seamless canopy, or you can have the revolving doors. More to go. I'll just giving you the new product of Argus V60 sensor barrier. Now, what happens when there is a sensor barrier? It takes more spaces. Okay, it's a bulky. But what we have done is we have come up with a very small, like just 230 towers, but it gives a complete security for these spaces. So we can have the AV. This is the AV, which itself talks about the algorithm as well as the security what that provides.
V60 offers a footprint less than 10 inches, providing the ability to fit into the tightest of spaces, integrating into your access control system and ensuring tailgate detection. Available in a variety of color options, V60 offers the same architectural design elements as the rest of our Argus line. The ergonomically positioned scan plate and status lights have been installed on the front of the turnstiles for better visibility and ease of use. Current optical turnstiles in the market detect passage using horizontal and/or vertical sensors that capture an array of roughly 15 to 30 points. This can create blind spots within the sensor array that lead to false alarm triggers or unrecognized tailgating attempts.
But the new
Argus
one
V60
is like
offers
this,
a more effective solution.
which
Using
creates the
vertically
algorithm.
positioned sensors, the V60 generates a more complete sensor capture, while Dormakaba's SenseLive analyzes the shapes of the array to differentiate between multiple people or objects within the lane. Pairing the more detailed sensor information captured by the V60 with SenseLive is what allows the V60 to effectively differentiate between a true tailgating attempt, a person carrying a large bag, or two people walking closely together.
So basically, the longer depth or the legs which are there, we have comprised of what 230 two poles, and same security you will get it from the V60. Now, touch-free accesses, entrance of the buildings, you can see that there are multiple. You have sliding, and folding. So I'll just show you. We have the panels which can go from 80 kg to 1000 kg. And of course, we have regular sliding, which you see in the malls. We have telescopic sliding to get 66% opening of the structural. In regular, you get 50%. If you want 95% opening, still you can go with the swing with automatics. Yes, of course, you can go with the sliding and folding. Though your structure is less, you can still have the more opening. Curved sliding, if your building is curved in shape, you can have the curved sliding. And of course, the new norm, which is revolving. So automatically, you can have the social distance, which can maintain from the revolving, because 1 person at a time. This is a seamless, you can say that revolving door, which we call is direct drive technology. This is how it can be seen. This is how it will run. Nothing in the floor, everything in the top, and very slick. All glass finish. What next? As I said you, that complete all the hardware, which is shifting to electrified or electromechanical. So EM lock is outdated now. So you can see that many number of locks which has been introduced. There is a bolt lock. There is a SVP lock, which we call anti-panic locks. There is delayed egress mechanism. Everything you can see right now. Yes, of course, this you experience, but immediately it will not be observed. But this is already on the door parts, which you can see all the days. The cobalt lock, which we have shown at our stall, you can see, and really, this is a very amazing lock, which will go on the wooden, metal, as well as glass. And of course, highest security, which you can get it as per the, of course, EN norms. And this is a small video for the cobalt lock, which you can see. This is SL30 for the single leaf, single and SL30 double. So for the swing, double swing, single action and double action, both are available. So the door goes from in and out, still the lock will perform. And it's a security lock. And the best part is the lock body can be installed on the door frame as well as door shutter from both the side, even vertically as well as on the transom. So this is how the locking happens. The side load which takes is more. And you can easily open by the accesses. Yes, the integrated access which we have, even the software platforms, and of course we have master key system, door closer, architecture hardware, electronic door locks, card readers, peripherals, all this integrated access on one platform which is available through Domakaba. And yes, as I was showing you that the new trend of the hardware which has inbuilt readers, and of course the media which you can see that card, not only the card, you can have the chips inside. And the other thing is you can have the reader which is specially square and even rectangle type touch-free accesses. This is a BCom middleware which you can see for the HR management. We have master keying system, patented key cylinders also, which has patented systems. Of course, please visit our stall. There is much more into this, which we can support. I'll just show you the images right now because of the time and the shortage of the time, I'm just showing you the images. So door closers, new door closer with all awarded. We have mortise lock, pull handles, images. Of course, the new norm of disability. So the toilets, handicapped toilets or specially able toilets, you can have both the options, touchless as well as with the braille characters for the handicap. Of course, we have a glass partition system, single glaze and double glaze. Mobile wall, another one, which you can see mobile wall, we have semi-automatic mobile wall, fully automatic mobile wall, of course, with opaque glass. And you can choose this as per your requirements, acoustics requirement for the location as well as applications. I'm just going fast, sorry guys, for the, this is the new one, which is called Skyfold. So it will not take any ground spaces, it will go into the ceiling and park in the ceiling. Of course, the design or the planning is required to go for the Skyfold, and we can help you for that completely. And of course, again, wooden, glass, fabric, everything is possible here. To see and to experience all these things, we have customer experience center in Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, all metros. So you can please visit to experience all the products which I have shown here. The time is very limited. We are sustainable. As I said, our plant is gold rated in India, and we are one of the member for the sustainable. We have already reached some of the goals, and other goals we are still soon. We are reaching this. Yes. Any extra information which is required, added information of the products, please visit our stall and visit our experience center at all the metros. Thank you. Thanks a lot listening to me. Welcome again. Thank you.
Intelligent infrastructure is becoming the backbone of modern workplace experiences. We have interesting questions coming based on this presentation. But before I start, may I request people at the back to kindly settle down. May I please request everyone behind to please settle down. I have been a backbencher all my life. I know it's fun behind, but there is serious talk going on stage. Please settle down. There's a lot of noise coming from behind and it is disturbing. Request everyone to kindly settle down, please. So the first question, what is the name of Dorma Kaba sliding folding partition system that can be parked into the ceiling, and what's the maximum sound insulation that can be achieved? Kindly raise your hand and then answer. The mic there.
Hi, it's called the skyfold partition. I think it gives a 0.7 in RC.
You are partially right, partially correct.
So do I get a half goodie bag?
Surely. So anyone else? Mic there.
No. It's a skyfold and it's 0.9 NRC.
Again, partially correct. Dorma team, is it correct? Partially correct. Anyone else, or should we move on? Maximum sound insulation that can be achieved. Okay, and like we'll give the goodie bags to the lady as well as like the gentleman there, and we'll move on to the next question. A round of applause for both of them. Among the Doma Kaba flap sensor barrier solution, what is the sleekest body size? The lady there?
It's 10 inches, less than 10 inches.
Correct, correct answer. Round of applause for the lady. Being a research-oriented organization, how many patents does Doma Kaba hold globally? Mike here? Okay. No, it's not the correct answer.
It's 1800.
Correct. A round of applause for the lady. Thank you so much. We move on to the most interesting part of the evening. May I request the hotel team to kindly put on the chairs on stage. And now moving on to our first panel discussion of the evening, bridging the gap between global standards and local realities. As workplace expectations become increasingly globalized, organizers are constantly balancing international benchmark with regional execution realities, cost structures, user behaviors, and operational adaptabilities. To moderate this engaging discussion, please welcome Colonel Ranjit Nair, Regional Director, Property Management, CBRE. Welcome, Ranjit. And joining him on stage are our esteemed panelists, Mr. Francois Gramoli, Senior Global Director, Interior Design, Office Space Solutions. Welcome. Mr. Ronak Desai, Director, Rupa Group. A round of applause all the way from Mumbai. Mr. Rahul Sathe, Director, CCBA. And Mr. Ajit Geete, APEC PMO Global Occupier Services, Cushman Wakefield. So all yours. Thank you so much.
A very good evening to you all. We have started the 30th edition of the Smart Office Summit. Two upsets for me. All the videos that I watched, Rashmi was the comparer. So I got a bit flabbergasted. I was to introduce a team that also got stolen. So we got a wonderful team here. Before that, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be here. I am Colonel Ranjit Nair. I look after the property management Pune region. I'm a veteran. I had 20 years in military service and then joined corporate. I had the privilege to be in renewable energy sector with Suzlon and then moved on to commercial real estate with CBRE. As a sapper, a Corps of Engineers guy, when you see the title Bridging the Gap, that is the first and foremost thing a sapper does, bridging the gap. So I was very amused when I was giving this title to moderate. And always the first who open the innings is in a tricky pitch. My son goes for cricket coaching every day. He comes back and tells me, Appa, it is very difficult to be the opening batsman. You know, you don't know how the pitch is going to behave, how the swing is going to be, how the moisture is going to be. But at the same breath, he just tell me that, but if you have the right skill, you read the pitch well, you have the talent, then you can take it on very easily and make good score out of it. So even though we are opening the innings, I got a wonderful team, the stalwarts of the industry with me. So I had acronymed it as, we have got FG, then we got AG, and we have RRR. That is Ranjit. With me is Raunak and Rahul ji. So a big round of applause to the team. And can I just request everybody to just have a quick intro of yourself?
Hello. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Francois. I'm the Global Director for Design for AWFIS office. I oversee the design of the co-working, the managed office, and the D&B branch. I've been in India for 9 years. I'll make it short. India for 9 years. I'm an architect by trade, but now I do design.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I am Raunak Desai. I represent Rupa Group. We are real estate developers predominantly into corporate real estate and hospitality since past 20 years as our focused asset class.
Good evening. Namaskar. My name is Rahul Sathe. I represent CCBA Designs, which was formed by Professor late Christopher Benninger.
Hi, good evening all. My name is Ajay Geete. I'm Regional Director for Cushman & Wakefield, handling APAC role for MasterCard. Thank you.
So we start with the first question. We got a full circle. Raunak starts the construction, conceptualized by Rahul ji. Then both Francois and Ajay moves in for the occupier version. So we have a full circle to close the loop. So the first question I would like to throw to Raunak in the order of execution. Just with the title as a backdrop, how do you think you can bridge the gap between the design intent and when you in reality execute it? Can you just throw some light?
Sure, thank you. So you see the gap between, the bridge between global design aspiration and on-ground execution, according to us, has always been collaboration from day one. What usually happens is that, and this requires a lot of stakeholder coordination. Delivering an office space as per global standards and specification requires a lot of coordination. And meeting the design vision has never been a problem. If you look at India, it has always has the potential and capability to achieve wonders in design. But where we get actually stuck is while coordinating with various stakeholders. Now, when I say stakeholders, there are OEM, there are vendors, there are technology partners, there are interior designers, there are vendors, there are facility managers. Now, they seldom get introduced at a very later stage of the design. And also a lot of design decisions have already been taken before their introduction. So I feel instead of these stakeholders working in silos, they should be working in a structured ecosystem. Now, to enable that structured ecosystem, we don't call ourselves as developers, we call ourselves as coordinators. So we also do provide a service where we do design build for all our occupiers. That is from day one, scratch to end, we design and we build, plug and play, turnkey. We do this for our buildings and campuses, which these offices are a part of. So, we are very well experienced of getting this done. Just replace the architect with the interior designers, all the stakeholders are the same. And when it comes to compliances and regulation, having a developer, in facilitating that becomes much more easier. So my single word answer to your question would be work with a trusted developer who has a delivered track record of doing design build offices.
Got valid point. Rahulji, I'll get to you on this question further. While we try to execute the dreams into reality, there would be a lot of narrow streets that you maneuver in the compliance protocols, right? There will be stringent norms. While there is a vision, a dream to be made into reality, you will be clamped down by certain protocols. Can you just touch upon what all are the issues that you face, or how can you navigate through and make it happen?
The compliance factor is highly integrated. it's like here everyone knows with their about a decade back, a single window kind of thing clearance came into place. Now, for the past decade, we all have been searching the single window instead of means when we enter that single window normally we should see a lot of doors, but instead of that we are seeing a lot of windows only, and which never end. So that is a place where still it's evolving. Means I do not want to criticize the system. Challenging the system is more important right now, and how to bring it, because there are so many issues what we are facing in day to day. Like there are jurisdiction issues also. Like I was just means to just give an example, we are doing a project in Bombay. So why the file has to come to Pune? So there are many such challenges we are facing right now, which needs to be corrected. And someone means we have to really thank some of the our own colleagues, architects, who have chosen the path only to look at the statutory aspects of it. If those people were not there, we do not know how we would have
I get your
navigated.
Point. I get it. So does it mean that now we do have a framework which needs to be spruced up a bit more? Yes. And then probably can I say that if it is more process driven than personality driven, it would be helping us out?
Yes, and digitization again is going to make a big difference.
Got it.
But again, the issue is it comes at the operational end where less infrastructure is there. There are limitations on the government side also. So those slowly it will improve. Means that in the last decade, last 5 years, we have seen a significant change.
Absolutely.
So it will improve.
Got it. Of course, we are in a progressive mode, and I'm sure with the way Pune is shaping up, I'm sure it's going to evolve for better. So I'll come to Francois for you. A question, since you have wide exposure on global arena, I would like to ask you, what's your take on organizations effectively adapting to global workspace designs, and how will you fit it into Indian context? And probably I will take it a little further. It should be without diluting on the quality and the intent or the character that we have started off with. So can you just...
Yeah. So I have an interesting experience. So like I said earlier, I've been in India for about 9 years. When I came into the market, I was working with a different company that I'm with now, but we were looking at having these standards that are designed abroad. And when we came to India, the assumption was that we were just going to apply easily the standard and replicate the model here. And India is great in terms of craftsmanship, creativity, availability of materials all around. But if you put that aside for a minute and you look at the template, you can be faced with an issue: how do you adapt it locally? But it shouldn't be looking at it from the two opposing each other. You should look at the template, the global standard, given as like a base, as a platform, and then you start looking at the context, the local context, to adapt it. The example I was going to come to is when we were designing spaces in terms of purely technical layout, not talking about the aesthetics, just the way people behave in the space. When you look at it in 2D, we realized that the habits, the usage of the space is completely different here. And the biggest experience I've had when I moved here was to redesign the way people are going to have lunch, right? I was in New York before, and people would grab a sandwich and come back to their desk and eat here at their desk. In India, you need to have large spaces, large cafeteria, because everybody is coming together to have lunch. So we needed to adapt our space standards, right? But that also means we're changing the density of a space. If you need to, lease a space and you're going to have 5,000 square foot dedicated to a cafeteria, that changes your density. That changes your business model, right? And then you move on to the design aspect of it. I mean, we'll get to that a little bit later, but there's also a whole aspect of bringing the local context into the design. That's also something that's really interesting.
Got it. So, Ajay, since you are in the intersection of, you have the myriad experience of being in a service provider role and then switch to the occupier space. And now you are trying to, tread through the global requirements to be ensured in the Indian context. How do you see the global benchmarks are being achieved in our context?
Yeah, I think First of all, I think when we speak about global, it's always a guideline which comes in picture. Like
Absolutely.
every client has some global guideline, and overall, when we have a specific guideline as a design guideline coming in picture, then client think about how we can make a local thing, a local office coming into a reality. And there is the catch. What I feel is a guideline always speak about lux labels. It spoke about the NRC values. It speak about a room, a layout, and tables and furnitures and etc. But that is what is from the local point of view. I think if we see like how we can bridge that gap is more important. It's like adding, having the local norms, using a local material, trying to see like how we can have a local art, local culture coming in between. That's what we design and sit with an
So
architect.
I got a point. That means while we are navigating through the essence, I mean, through the protocols of compliance, we lose the essence and the spirit of the concept.
Correct.
And it gets diluted probably at most of the time.
So global guideline give you like a framework.
It's a guideline basically.
And we as an architect and team consultant sits and make that framework come to the reality with adhering with the local guidelines.
Got it. So just getting back to compliance, Raoji, what are the key challenges that you feel that when we try to stitch both together, we have our stringent building codes and we have our own urban planning regulations. How do you envisage both of them work towards achieving this?
See, at present, what is really happening is that there is a lot of contradiction between guidelines. Local guidelines, there are like in blindly some urban guidelines are being followed in places where there are ecological sensitive really zones, but same they need to be revised. That's why being vocal is now becoming more and more. The requirement is there.
What do you mean to say is the pace in which we are growing, we are not adapting our policies to that pace.
Yes, they need to be altered.
Got it.
And that's how things will move. Otherwise,
Sure.
it will be stagnant.
Got it. So I'll come back to Francois, to you, and Ronak, you. See, inclusivity is the need of the hour now. So we do have a greater awareness about inclusivity in all aspects. So you are into designing co-working spaces and spaces for multiple offices. So what does an inclusive workspace looks like when you cater for a multi-generational workforce? Now you have a big challenge, you have a Gen Z who's working, you got a very senior leadership under the same roof. How do you navigate this challenge? Or how do you reach a synergy for both to be not, crossing each other?
Right. So designing for inclusivity, when you talk about generation, it's a big challenge because, and there's actually very interesting studies that have come out that said, if I remember the numbers correctly, 89% of the current workforce is interested in coming back to the office, which is a surprise because everyone thought the younger generation would push against it. And out of those, all across generation, all across the workforce, out of those 89%, the majority of the ones pushing for the return to the office, 53%, are the youngest generation. So when you're designing an office, you obviously are going to have a lot of generations from Gen Z all the way to boomers, or the other way around. So the way to think about it is creating spaces that answer and caters to each of these the needs, and then they work in collaboration. The reason why so many younger generation want to come back to the office is because they're craving connection, collaborative spaces. Someone mentioned earlier a sense of belonging in the workspace. This is extremely important for them to connect in the office. They want to be here. Maybe they want to have a break or have some chai, but they want to be with their coworkers. When you're designing for perhaps an older generation or senior leadership, you need to have a bit more privacy, spaces that are designed differently. There's also this idea, of leadership wanting to have their private cabins, but how do you have a private cabins next to a collaborative area where everybody's going to be really loud and talking? So all this comes down to a mix of technically looking at the layout, how do you plan the space, and how do you design it? What are the surfaces you're going to use? What materials are going to come in to help solve the issue of having different generations working in the same workplace? Acoustic properties, somewhat of a wall division or space divisions in the space. So you have to look at all of this, both in 2D in terms of layout and in 3D in terms of materiality of the space.
So, but Ronak, just to take a little ahead, so how do you envisage as a developer, you can be part of that evolving role in, in the office space design, and how can you take it direct as what Francois has mentioned?
Yeah, sure. Just to add on, it's very well explained by Mr. Franco. So just to add on to the inclusivity bit, the kind of design brief that we get from the client. Unfortunately, inclusivity today in today's world is not on their top priority list, right? So when we tell them that we need to have a prayer room, because at the end of the day, an employee who has come to work in an office, they should feel the comfort of their home when they're coming to the office. So irrespective of the caste, creed, or religion, irrespective of the sexual orientation of that individual, there should be, the design should speak for it itself that everything has been taken care for all, kind
Entire
of
spectrum of
personalities, right? But then the moment we design the prayer room, we design a small resting room, they turn it into a production seat, because at the end of the day, the cost metric also matters.
Got it.
But then, I think it's the need of the hour where inclusivity is seen as the core aspect of design rather than a good to have. So that's on the inclusivity bit. On developer helping, or developer's role in a design build, I think it's manifold, because we've seen the space, we've bred the space. We come in, we've got a lot of tech support already for the building. So we've got integrated building management systems. We provide AHUs. So when it comes to those aspects, it's much more easier for the occupier to be sustainable, efficient in design when it comes to tech, because the building infra is already supporting. And when you involve the developer in design, it's very easier to plug these aspects. So there are multiple such aspects to which the developer can play a key role. One of which is that we've recently just commissioned a 5 megawatt solar farm in Nagpur.
Yeah, sustainability. We'll
Okay.
come to it
All
later.
right, all right, all right.
So, Rahulji, I'll come back to you on this. See, while there is a specific vision from the developer and he wants to have an inclusive space, see, there are quite a lot of times what happens is there's a time lag from the time we conceptualize the inception stage till the time you get to the act of creating the space. Is there a merit that we try to incorporate the designer from the very beginning? It can be the designer in the inception stage or the occupier, the designer from the occupier in the inception stage. If they can marry up together in the earlier time frame, can we dovetail the lead time and make it more time effective and cost effective?
Definitely. Means that's the flow we should adopt. But many times that becomes a challenge in terms of the timelines, mainly the timeline.
Which means we are waiting for the agreement to be inked. Everything is black and white, and then only you start with the process.
Yes.
True. Yeah, Franco.
So on the topic, you mentioned something very true, which is these spaces are not always thought as the most important, and they can be chopped off the project because it's real estate, and in most cases it's a space that doesn't make any money. And this is where it's very important to have the design in it. I remember working on a project where we just figured out, well, we tried to actually combine a prayer room, a wellness room, a new mother's room, and a multi-purpose casual meeting room into one space, right? We didn't succeed with all of the boxes, but we did maybe 3 out of 4. But this is also our job to present that to the client and say, look, this is taking a lot of space, but it's very important for your employees to have those spaces. So we'll give it, all of them, we'll give them to you into one space, but please, we insist, we push back to ensure that the space exists in it because of inclusivity. So it doesn't check all the boxes, but we try to check as many as we could.
So we try to make a balance, the best of the all the sides, and try to create a blend of things. So what happens is, like, I personally can vouch that we got about 30 million square feet that we handle in Pune, commercial spaces, residential and industrial. What we see in the commercial spaces is the employee who is walking in today into the office space. I keep seeing a lot of people, they count their steps, 10,000 hua hai ki nahi hua hai, 5,000 is their target in the office space. So what they want is, they want a space where they feel at home. They can do quite a lot of activities along with working. they have more flexibility, and then they don't feel monotonous in a space. So you got to give them all types of flavor in that space, because at the end it's a closed space. Like when you come out of a building, you really don't know whether it is raining, you really don't know how the sun is, what's the state of light outside, is it sunny, is it cloudy. So you are as such cut off from the basic support system, from the circadian rhythm. So if you can blend and make it much more breathable, and all the biophilic designs can be incorporated to make it a little more lively, then I think it takes us a long way to make it a more inclusive and a very meaningful space altogether. So I'll just come to the next point of discussion. Among you all, see, bare shell is no more something that we discuss about. So we go for a, we can have two options. Like there is of course a debate between warm shell and fully furnished. Warm shell is what we generally want, and fully furnished is something that some people would really like to make a difference if they are given the onus to execute it for a turnkey. I'm sure Ronak will agree to that. So what is the, Ronak, can you just tell, if it is warm shell, you give it, and Francois is there, he will take it on, Ajay will deploy his team. If it is fully furnished, how can you do justice to it, and what is the benefits that you see if we do that, and how can we incorporate, if at all, the local practices into that?
Sure, good question. See, what happens is that in today's world, gone are those days where where occupier prefer a bare shell space, and then the fit out is going on for months and months altogether, because the coordination just never stops. So we've got a lot of inquiries and a lot of demand for fully furnished spaces. Now, when that comes in, and this comes in because the speed to occupancy has become as important as your rentals, right? So, and without any rationale, at the time of that, when we are negotiating an LOI, they expect a fully furnished space to be delivered lock, stock and barrel in 60 days, right? That's the starting point. And then we go up to 90 days and we negotiate and come to 75 days. Now, what that means is that in those 75 days, once we have a sign off on the design specs and the drawings along with the technicals, the client is just monitoring. They don't have any role in day-to-day operations. They don't care about if we are working 24/7, if we are working on shifts, if there is an office below or above their floor and they are hindering the work, they don't care. There is a penalty beyond 75 days, so their headache is reduced. So that's the reason, and the onus also then comes to the design build partner, in this case us, which as developers. So it becomes, and it is also a responsibility. And in order to achieve this, the only one bottom line that we require is sign off on every aspect that is going into that space. You cannot have an admin guy or a HR guy coming in on the 30th day and tell that this is not the training room capacity we envisioned. Increase this to a 45.
So that means a blanket approval from the highest level
Day
for
one.
compliance or conditionalities, everything is signed off on the day one, then you are good to go.
Yeah.
And the pace is, of course, a justified pace.
And most of clients have realized this and they do this, and that's the reason the speed to occupancy is. And then above 75 days, they have a couple of months of operational rent-free,
Absolutely.
which is what everyone wants to maximize, and predominantly flex. So this is what they've expansive rent-free, 6 months, 7 months of rent-frees. So this fully furnished is now become a norm. I mean, it's become a very, to-go thing.
All right, got it. So there's a paucity of time. We just, so I just will come to you, Francois. Just tell me, what do you think, how technology can be a game changer when you are designing the space?
Technology is obviously, it's extremely important. The way we use technology is we use a platform or software called Revit, and it's this thing called a digital twin. So it's literally a twin of the building or the space that you created that exists within the software. And the great part of it is that as you're designing it, as you're building that 3D model replica of the actual space, you get to see everything come together immediately. You get clash detection, so your services are going to be informed as to where the other parts, components of the building are coming through. So this tool is a technology. It's been around for a long time. And then that paired with what we call automations, plugins, and now AI that everyone is talking about.
So at the end, you got a faster course correction. with
Yeah.
respect to all the errors, you can eliminate them.
Yeah. It's a much faster design process when using that technology.
I'll just take it up. Rahulji, एक बात बताइए. If we have the same technology, we have certain softwares and tools that we use in Indian context. Is it well poised and superimposed with our compliance protocols? Is there any option where the architect feels confident that he can?
Slowly it's being adopted. I think so. I have recently in Bombay, people have come out with the compliance. They have come out with a software which can reduce the design time in terms of compliance. Means the basic core and shell. It's not that detailed, but slowly someone is developing it.
But there is a time differential benefit if
Yes.
you go by that.
If we go by that, definitely means it will be, let's say, 6 months you can reduce.
Got
That kind of thing. It's happening, but it will take time because there are limitations.
Ajay, I come back to you because always what happens, when you build a structure, occupier comes last. So generally, Ajay always is coming last. He comes last and he tells this is what my ask is. So Ajay, just on a lighter note, just wanted to know, do you think that when you enter a space for curating it or designing it for your business needs as of any entity, is there any thought that we have that had we been there earlier, we could have done it in a better manner? First. Second, what happens is sustainability always has got a limited role when you come to the occupier space. But at the end of the day, people and planet are all common to all. We cannot bifurcate it for the developer as a major stakeholder. The occupier is a lesser stakeholder. I also feel there is no adequate policy push to benefit people from this particular concept of sustainability. We speak net zero, reduce the carbon footprint and all. Do you think as an occupier, if you are given a policy support, let's say a strong initiative of sustainability done by the developer, agreed by the occupier, if there is a reduction in carbon footprint, if the policy says that let us reduce the property tax or some other rebate, and if it gets passed on to you, are you willing to then invest more than what presently you are?
Yeah, I think there are two questions which you ask is, and I can go one by one. Specifically, first one which you said, like, what is your thought about if you come a little bit early? I think major of the land developers we say is, like, as a client, which we are working for the MasterCard, the developer, if we would have been there earlier, I think a lot of things would have been different. Because the reason I'm telling you, when the developer puts from the compliance perspective, sir, as you said, like when you put the file, you said that this floor is designed for 400, 300 capacities. And as a client, when you come, they're looking for majority of more than that. They're looking for a crunch of seats. They're looking for extra people to be there on that floor. But then it comes a different constraint, like there is a staircase, fire exit staircases are not designed for that. Your HVC is not designed for that, and that is where the catch is. I think if we know that this is a building which we want to go, I think the building planning initially, the client and the builder, if they can have a meeting and they can collaborate, and then the outcome will be great. That is what I feel so.
But as per your business, the way it is operating, how practical is it? It's not always practical, isn't it?
It is practical. We have done this.
Okay.
We have done this in a very good way, and eventually it helps us. It helps a lot because the building OC comes later.
Correct.
And we have taken the building under construction time. So that has helped us a lot.
Because there are very great examples for this. I have seen a property where everything is done, all set. They are going to inaugurate their office space, and a global HSE head comes and he says this approach road is not adequate. My employees are not safe to travel through these roads, and we cannot inaugurate the office. Such an afterthought do come up.
And on sustainability, I will just take a point here. Sustainability, always the developer has a sustainable goal, like an IGBC goal, platinum all. And as an occupier, we also have a goal. So I think Indian developer go for Indian Green Council, but as a global accounts and global team, they try to go for UGBC, like an US Green Building certifications. both talk a little bit different, but 70-80% both are same. I think when the initiative of the developer is also a green, sustainable, or platinum or a gold, and occupier is also looking for the same, I think the drawing, documentation, everything is needed from developer also to be submitted to the Green Council. I think in that case, if both work collaboratively, the sustainability goal is achievable. Yeah.
So, Ronak, coming to sustainability, I'll wrap it up now. Can you just tell me what are the initiatives that you as a developer can take and what probably Rupa Group has taken?
No, sure. I was just trying to touch base on that earlier, but like Mr. Ajayji just said, IGBC, Wired Score, well, these are all now like it's not good to have anymore. You need to, for a grade A plus building, this is a compulsion. What can you do beyond that? So what we have done is that we provide green power to all our occupiers day one. So that requires an investment in a solar farm, open access, which is distant from the site. And it's just one simple, tripartite agreement with the discom, with the developer and the occupier, and they get green power day one, right? So these are the initiatives which I feel the developer need to take over and above from the, certifications. That's one. In terms of, apart from this, ESG governance has become the norm. If the building is ESG compliant from day one, the compliance for that particular unit becomes much more easier. So it's not only curtailed to sustainability anymore, it's the ESG of the whole, campus.
Yeah, well, ESG is the flavor of the hour now, but environment-wise, we are more poised, but with respect to social, we are still lacking. We got to go a long way to meet those standards of the social and the governance aspect to it. Uh, we got to now call it a wrap because we are almost at the last minute of a timeline. So just to sum it up for all the benefit of the audience, we do say that there are realistic challenges which we have when we try to put the template of global guidelines. I will make it global guidelines and bring it to the Indian context. But the good news is, if we can do it with the right spirit and the right timeline, it is achievable. We do learn that the stakeholders are genuinely wanting to contribute towards sustainability from all fronts. It's not just the developer has its main, as a main stakeholder. Everybody is equally willing to contribute. And I think once we converge on those efforts, I think from the sustainability standpoint, we will be much, much stronger in the years to come. Early engagement and inception stage collaboration from all spheres can do wonders. So I think that would be a good point to take home. Lastly, if we gather so many bright minds on and on, again and again, Friday evenings, I think it's going to take us further ahead towards value addition. Thanks so much the speakers for their insightful inputs to all of us. It was really a great interaction and a lot of things which could be clear. Thank you so much for your patience and being a wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Request you all to kindly stay back. Thank you so much, Ranjit. It was such an insightful session. And for someone who said opening batsmanship is tough, it looked really easy tonight. May I please request from the Pidilite team, Mr. Anirudh Pitala and Prachi Gupta to join us on stage to felicitate our speakers. And thank you, panelists, for sharing such an insightful perspective on and aligning on global cues, how we can manage, like bridge the gap. Thank you so much. Please join us on stage, Prachi. With a round of applause for the captain of the ship, we'll start with Colonel Ranjit Nair. Can you please step ahead, Ranjit? Franz, okay, can you step ahead, please? Mr. Ronak? कोई नहीं बैठ के। Mr. Rahul Sathe? And Mr. Ajay Gite. And I request you all to please join for a group photo, and like you can step ahead for a group photo. Yeah. Yeah, right. You can step ahead. Thank you so much once again. And a round of applause again for our panelists. We now move on to another critical aspect of smart office design. May I please request the hotel team to clear the chairs. Product that directly impacts comfort, productivity, sustainability, and user experience. Flooring Solutions. Please welcome Mr. Saurabh Agrawal, Vice President, Commercial Wellspun Flooring, who will address us on integrating high-performance flooring into smart office design, impact on acoustic, durability, and sustainability. But by the time Saurabh walks up on stage, the hotel team Can we have the AV, please? There's no EV? Okay. So with a round of applause, can we invite on stage Mr. Saurabh Agrawal? He's an authority on the subject. I mean, like anything and everything you want to know about flooring, you can ask him the questions. He's the man. Please, Saurabh, welcome on stage.
Thank you, Nurjit, for your kind words. Colonel mentioned that the job of opening batsman is very difficult. I feel doing a commercial presentation after such a engrossing and such a wonderful panel discussion is far more difficult. But since I've been given the job, I have to do it. So, gentlemen, I'll start with, my name is Saurabh Agrawal, and I'm representing Welspun Flooring. Welspun Flooring is a part of a large Indian conglomerate called Welspun Group. I'll just quickly take you through Welspun Group before moving on to the Welspun Flooring. So Welspun is a 40-year-old corporate. We are into multiple businesses. There are multiple businesses which are under the umbrella of Welspun as a group. We are one of the world's largest in terms of the terry towel and bed sheets, which is bed and bath category. And you'll be surprised to note that the towels for one of the most iconic sports event in the world, which is Wimbledon, is manufactured by Welspun in India. That's a real something which is, as an Indian, we feel proud of. Also that out of every 4 towel sold in US, 1 is manufactured by Welspun in India. So that is the system which we are maintaining, and I'm sure this shows the group's commitment towards the quality and the global standards. In terms of the line pipes, we are world's #1 company in terms of doing the projects for the large dia pipes from one continent to other for the flow of the oil and natural gas and all those things. We are also into the road projects. We do a large amount of the warehouses. Syntex as a brand, I'm sure each one of us knows, that is also a Welspun brand. So we are present in more than 60 countries with an employee strength of more than 35,000. One of the top Indian global corporates. Sorry. So before that, I'll just quickly take you to our plant, which is for the Welspun flooring. Can we have the audio, please, in that? Yeah. So it's one of the best plants, among the top 2 best plants in the world for the manufacturing of the carpets and other flooring product, what we have set up in Hyderabad. And it's really, really one of the very, very nice plants. Can we have the audio? I'll have to click it? No, it will go back. How do I do it? Okay. Sorry for this technical glitch.
Disrupting the flooring industry and introducing the world to holistic solutions through innovation, creativity, and sustainability. Welspun is making a mark in home solutions with one of the most technologically advanced flooring capabilities, making us the first in the industry to design and manufacture hard and soft flooring products under one roof. Leading this change together, we aim to achieve new heights, unleashing new capabilities that are sustainable and unique. Embracing technology and working with an efficient team to come up with dynamic and unique solutions. Adapting new innovations to deliver the best quality. And as market dynamics change with unusual speed, our responses are built smarter. Creating distinct strategies for building distribution networks. Building a strong team that can follow through on its commitments. Ensuring the highest standards of quality and performance in the product. Fostering creativity and innovation to stay leaps and bounds ahead. while innovation and digital underscore its operations. Wellspun is acutely aware of its social responsibility. Wellspun is dedicated to making a good difference in the world and following sustainable business practices which benefit all stakeholders, local communities, and the environment. Digitizing schools, empowering women, promoting menstrual hygiene, pursuing inclusive growth, and transforming villages into model villages. Wellspun has come a long way in positively impacting thousands of lives, gaining respect and legitimacy through accreditation and certification, leaving a legacy and expanding its ambitions beyond. Wellspun flooring, fostering innovation and creativity.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this was made in India, made for the world product. So, I'll now take you across our product range. So we cater to all these segments which are required, maybe hospitality, the commercial offices, residences, and we have a couple of products which are working towards that. Carpet tiles. So I'm sure today we are talking about the smart offices. We are one of the largest manufacturers for the carpet tiles, which we are supplying in India and across the globe. And we have the top clients like the Googles, Infosys, Microsofts, and WeWorks, and to name many, where we have done more than 2.5 million square feet of carpeting for their offices. We also manufacture this product which is equivalent to LVT, or you can call as an equivalent to wooden flooring, but this particular product is called SPC. We would love to showcase you all these products in our booth at the back of the room. We also do large wall-to-wall carpets, which are broadloom carpets, and we are one of the most important and one of the largest suppliers to all the hotel chains in India and abroad. I'll just quickly showcase you some of the collections, what we have in terms of our carpet tiles. These are all inspired from nature. I think we have a very strong design team based out of US, a design team based out of India. I'm sorry, this is not working properly. So these are some of the designs which we have. I'll not speak much about it because I would like to invite you to have a look at the booth. But we take inspiration from all the nature aspects of it and come out with the collections for the same. Now I'll come to the innovation part, which is a little more interesting part, because the design is something which can be discussed, but as an Indian top conglomerate, which spends a lot in terms of research and development, I would like to showcase you something in terms of our new research and developments. Can we have the video, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, this humble looking plastic bottle, I'm sure you would have seen the effects which it is creating on our Mother Earth. One small statistics, if I crush this bottle into a spoonful of powder, the amount of the bottles which you are generating in 1 year on this Mother Earth is more than the height of Burj Khalifa in the powder form. So if you see in this bottle form, we are adding, God knows, 5, 6, 7 equivalent of Burj Khalifas to this Mother Earth, and they are going nowhere. So all the product companies, we always feel they should come forward. That's how Wellspun came up with this concept, and we made beautiful carpets from these waste plastic bottles. And we have one wonderful gentleman sitting in front of us, Mr. Francois, who in his previous organization, WeWorks, he started using it. And today, majority of the WeWorks facilities, they use only the carpets made from these waste plastic bottles. And just to give you some statistics, if you're using 1 lakh square feet of the carpet, you can eliminate 2.3 lakh plastic bottles. So this is something interesting which I'm sure each one of us can adopt in our projects. Moving on, I'll not take much of a time. I'll end my presentation with one very interesting concept. We are working with Google for majority of their projects in India. In fact, we would have supplied more than 24 lakh square feet of carpet to all the Google offices, which has come up in last 3 years. And one interesting challenge was given by them to us was to develop something towards inclusivity. I'll just present a small video, and I'm sure you'll understand what concept we are talking about.
Welcome to Google Ananta, Bangalore, Google's second largest campus outside the United States and a landmark of innovation and collaboration in India. Here's where Wellspun Flooring took on a monumental challenge, carpeting 8 lakh square feet across 11 floors, divided in 4 color-coded zones inspired by Google's logo. Wellspun Flooring crafted a unique tactile product using carpet tiles, achieving seamless design alignment. This led us to pioneer a breakthrough never done before. Innovation is never easy. It's the result of the dedication that Wellspun Flooring brings to every project, which opens doors to new possibilities. This commitment was visible through the 8 rounds of sampling, exploring a world of yarns, colors, and techniques, and testing with visually impaired individuals. Along the way, it was discovered that 15% of partially visually impaired users can perceive colors, which inspired the integration of color into tactile zones. The level of quality and durability achieved exceptional heights, creating a 54-ounce carpet tile as resilient as traditional rubber or metal materials. The prominent features of Wellspun Flooring's tactile carpet are invariably the values that drive our business. Our value of inclusivity drove us to push ourselves and find the solution for visually impaired navigation to support the independent movement in shared spaces. Another value is safety. With anti-skid properties, the design ensures safety in high-traffic areas and under various conditions. Certified for traction, it minimizes slip risks in both corporate and public spaces. Its 54-ounce density makes this flooring stain-resistant, durable, and low maintenance. And top of that, easy spot cleaning extends its longevity and keeps maintenance hassle-free. It can absorb ambient noise, enhancing acoustics in open-plan spaces and promoting a quieter, more productive environment. Flooring's innovative tactile carpet tiles are designed to foster a conducive environment by enhancing safety, accessibility, and comfort for all users.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I end my presentation. But this is something very unique, first time in the world, and we have applied for the patent across the globe for this particular product. Thank you, gentlemen, for giving a patient hearing.
Thank you so much, Saurabh, for helping us understand how flooring today contributes far beyond aesthetics and plays a strategic role in workplace performance. Thank you so much. Now, acoustics have become one of the defining elements of workplace design, influencing productivity, concentration, collaboration, and employee wellness. To speak on acoustic intelligence redefining the modern workplace environment, Please welcome Mr. Satish Kumar Sharma, President Sales and Marketing, Featherlight. But before he joins us, can we have the Featherlight AV, please? And before we play the AV, we have a small announcement. Featherlight is also running a lucky draw tonight. So if you want to participate, you can drop your business cards at their stall. And towards the end of the event, we'll have a lucky draw, and the lucky winner gets a Featherlight chair, a beautiful Featherlight chair delivered to their home. So if you haven't dropped your card, please do drop your card. Yeah, we can play the AV, please. Isn't it amazing to see our own homegrown Indian companies, Federlite, Metric, Comsec, Wellspun, doing these amazing work? They do deserve a round of applause, guys. And up for another energizing session, let me welcome on stage Mr. Satish Kumar Sharma with a round of applause, please.
Thank you. Check. Good evening, everyone. Am I audible? Okay, so the beautiful office which we have seen, last month, Federlite has inaugurated a new showroom in Baner. By chance, how many of you have been there? Please raise the hand. Oh. Check. I can try? Okay, thank you. Thank you for that feedback. Good evening, everyone, once again. I'm Satish, part of Featherlight. In Baner, Featherlight had come up with a beautiful showroom. By chance, how many of you have been there? Please raise the hands. So there's a huge potential for our sales team to connect others and see that you got to be there. So this particular furniture, the video, what we have shown, all these products are available at 11,000 square feet of space, 9th floor in Baner. So in fact, last week I was there and we conducted a knowledge event and it was beautiful. So this session, right, next 10 minutes, we are going to talk about acoustics. How importance the noise, can spoil at times the efficiency. In our office design, everywhere we are seeing how the open ceiling is coming in, right? There is an open ceiling. Everybody wants to have an collaborative zone. But the effect to that is people talk, right? And then the focus, the distraction comes into the picture. And once that happens, it becomes so difficult. Sorry, my guys, please help me out. Huh? Next 10 minutes, important. Thank you. Okay, so before the before the light, before the light, lot of things actually happened on the sound, and I thought that we will talk around things, how it works around on the sound applications in an office environment. A lot of you are designers, a lot of you are architects. Whenever you design, you look at the material which is being used. Can it absorb sound? Does it has that quality? What is the noise reduction coefficient of this material? So when I look forward for designing, I look forward for more material to be used so that the sound gets absorbed and the clarity of speech is there among the employees when they are talking around. Now, this is a very, very important aspect which is moving around. So our topic actually is on the geometry of sound, how things will actually have an impact on the office spaces and how products can be the solution. So we are all known for the workstations and chairs, but I think there are a lot of different products which have come up in the open collaborative zone where things are very much, in terms of an evolving office, it helps. So there is one physician, Swiss physician, who came up with a concept that for one particular frequency, whether it is sand, water, automatically geometric patterns are being created. As the frequency goes high, more complicated patterns are created. So now that's the thing behind. And I thought that I will take a minute to show you the video from last 5,000 years back, how this mystery of sound has evolved before we go to the product solution. Yeah, this is the audio. So from last 5,000 years back, sound has been existing, and with a specific frequency, The material such as sand, powder can come into a geometric pattern on its own. And as the frequency goes high, as you have seen, the geometric patterns becomes more complicated, more in depth. So what we are going to do is in next 5 minutes, we are going to talk around more on sound, the vibrations, which we call it as cymatics. And in an office environment, this has lot of importance. So this is the background, just how to connect. If you look at the low frequency, 125 hertz, and as you go high, the patterns automatically changes. With the low frequency, the pattern is simple, but with higher frequency, it becomes more complicated. And this, historically in India, we have been using this, and many of the temple monuments, if you look at it, the top portion, actually you see this particular design. Now, how that particular thing has a relation to the office environment, if there is lot of noise, right? If there is lot of noise coming in, the productivity of the employees goes down. What happens is the focus, what you are actually putting in, gets distracted. And the research says that to bring back that particular focus, it takes many minutes, sometimes as good as 30 to 40 minutes to actually come back. Now, these are certain concerns if you are looking at deep work, and if you are looking at more collaborative, each settings are very different. And that's how the architect, designers come into the picture, and people like us come with the products to actually support. So these are certain areas which we will run through, how each area, how each activity can be designed, and how the products can be converged for that particular activity. Let's go ahead. How many of you have pods in your office, insulated pods? Can you please raise the hands? Wow, it's only 5 to 10%. That means there is a huge potential for the others to look forward for a product, because the new Gen Z which is coming in, everybody loves to have an open office environment, right? Everybody wants to have a collaborative environment. But when you want to have those confidential discussions in an open area, this particular product can be a real solver, problem solver. In fact, in many of the hotel receptions, people have kept this. Even at the office, when you enter, people have those interviews in these particular pods. Advantage of these pods, they are modular in nature. So today you have kept in a floor, tomorrow you can move around. It is not at all dependent on an AC environment. It has its own air ducts where the air can actually flow from down, and there is a fan above and the hot air moves. You can adjust the light in these particular pods depending upon the activity you want to do, whether it is a Zoom call or whether it is a one-to-one interaction. So in today's environment, this particular pod is real solution. Any idea how these pods have been created, or how this idea of this pod has come in? Anyone? So the reason for this pod creation, when I was just doing certain secondary data, it was the boss of certain employees, and that boss had a habit of yelling, shouting on the phone, and the subordinates were finding difficult to actually work. They quit their job, moved ahead. It's a European company. You can actually search, and they came up with this product. Over the last 2 to 3 decades, the sales of this particular product has exponentially grown. And today at Featherlight, we have been importing this product, but we are even working indigenously how to bring out this particular product from the factories of our Bangalore. That's the next move. Let's go ahead. There are products like these which helps in terms of having the conversation in an open area. But if you look at the shape, right, how those Lego blocks are, the designers can actually create this kind of a product depending upon your space and come up with a solution which can be helpful for storage or for any trophy or having those kind of conversations. So this particular flexibility is available for you to pick. So these are all who's Hush series, which we are talking around. And there are other options like this for the workstation. If you look at a modesty panel, which is here a PET material, earlier it can be a pre-laminated board or a metal. But if you use this or as a screen, it helps in absorbing sound. So there are different applications within the workstations used, which helps you to improve the interaction. For the workstation, just for information, if the employees want an open environment, they themselves can remove this, becomes a meeting table. So today, this particular solution as a rail can help employees to put up a biophilic solution, can have those kind of an interaction. When they require privacy, they can use this screen and focus on the work. So that is the flexibility given in the workstation. Any guesses? What is the product? The product which I have shown, any guesses? It is? Yes, it is height adjustable table. So today, most of the employers give this as an option to keep employees away from a sedentary lifestyle where after lunch you may not feel like sitting and working. You can use this table, adjust to your height and work. It's a motorized one. And those of you who haven't, how many of you are using this in your offices? Very nice. Many of you, right? And if you haven't seen this, there is a particular stall which we have kept, how a table moves, how the motor helps. Please have a look. With the table, if you look at the screen, it's a single piece screen on all three dimensions. It's a screen which absorbs sound. So if you look at this material and apply this in workstations, in storage area, the overall environment will have a very different impact in terms of absorbing sound, and it will facilitate, lot of work among the employees. You have other product, something like this, which is modular screen, which has casters. So today real estate is, the second largest cost. You want to reuse this particular space in different applications. So you have this material to create those zones. And when you do not want, you can just stack it to the corner and reuse that particular space. Very similar storages with the casters. You don't require this. You can move it to the corner, but when you want, you bring it out. You can keep that material on it and use it for storage. So many products like these are coming, which are solutions to live plants. It really improves the quality of the air if you use this. And products like this, plug and play, again, which helps the new generation to have those kind of discussions. It even for the storages, you have certain provisions for the employees to interact. You can use that particular space for an open storage, and a lot of this metal storages, right, what you have can become perforated, which again helps in absorbing sound and have those biophilic solutions. So there are variety of options for you to pick and choose to manage the acoustics, right, in the office, which plays an important area. So if you're all, feel this is going to be the future where the open offices are there and the products which you need to use are something which absorbs sound, feel free to walk into our Baner showroom, or whenever you are at Bangalore or in Chennai, we have factories at both the places. We will be happy to host you. Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Satish, for that lovely presentation. And people, don't forget to drop your business cards if you haven't dropped it yet. And you stand a chance to win a chair. Moving on to our second panel discussion now, aligning workplace design with operation and principles of circular economy. May I request the hotel staff to place the chairs meanwhile. Sustainability is no longer a standalone initiative. It's becoming deeply integrated into workplace operations, procurement, design thinking, and long-term business strategy. To moderate this session, please welcome architect Rahul Ajit Kadam, partner, the NGK Studio. With a round of applause, let's have on stage Mr. Rahul Kadam. My humble request again to the people at the back, please settle down, do network, but keep the volume low. The panelists here on stage are getting disturbed. Joining him on stage, our esteemed panelist, Mr. Vivek Jain, Manager Projects, Bajaj Auto. A round of applause for Vivek. Mr. Anshuman Thorat, Director, Shandar Interiors, a young gentleman with a dynamic history. Mr. Dinesh Patil, Executive Director and City Head, PJM, Savills India. Mr. Kushagra Tyagi, Founder, Puru. Thank you, gentlemen. All yours, sir.
So a very good evening to all of you. And let me start by laying down a little bit of a context for this panel discussion. I know everybody is very hungry, but we have a Sanju Samsung moment, middle order batsman. So let's see if we fulfill that. First of all, let me thank the Commercial Design magazine and the IETP group. Rashmi in particular, unfortunately, she could not be here because of a bereavement in her family. And of course, the respected sponsors, whom I'm so proud of, making India shine at the global stage, for hosting such an important and relevant event, because such kind of dialogue is needed. So as the world is fast changing, resources are depleting by the second, not by the minute, by the second. And this is actually causing a lot of problem, because if we collectively are not, first of all, conscious of it, and we don't do something, then the situation is going to go out of hand. It'll reach a point where you cannot reverse the situation. So workspace in this context, accounts for a significantly large amount. Just to give you a little bit of a context from the data I have gathered, each year in India, leased workspace is between 70 to 75 million square feet, out of which 10% is roughly in Pune, about 7 to 7.5 million square feet in Pune is leased. So this critical scale or mass itself offers a huge opportunity, because these are spaces which use a lot of energy and resources. So this is an opportunity and a responsibility for integrating a holistic approach for sustainable design and embracing the concept of circularity, not only in the design, but in the operations and the way these spaces are giving back to make our planet more eco-friendly. So to give us insights into this and to understand how this can be done effectively, we have a very dynamic panel. Many of them are good friends with whom I worked on projects, and they will, give you an insight through some of the questions we have curated for this session as to how this concept of sustainability and circularity, can be integrated very well in the workspace environment. So I would request the panelists to give a self-introduction. I'll introduce myself first. So my name is Rahul Kadam. I'm an architect and me and my wife, Nandini, we run a boutique architectural firm called the NGK Studio, which is working with prominent clients in Pune. And we believe that design actually can change lives. And we practice with a 3S principle of sensitivity, synergy, and sustainability as the core values of our firm, and strongly believe that coming and going is not important, it's what you leave behind. So that's the mantra with which we run our practice. Over to you for your introductions.
Hi, my name is Kushagra Tyagi. I'm a founder of a design studio, Puru. Puru is a studio, it's a firm where our work sits at the intersection of landscape architecture, interior designing, and everyday living. We connect humans to nature, and where humans can actually slow down, take a pause, and enjoy the nature and their living spaces. So that's what we do, and yeah.
Hi, good evening. I'm Dinesh Patil, and I'm from Savills, managing the Pune project management business and operations. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anshuman. I'm an architect, but now I transitioned over to the other side, to the general contractor. So I actually started working with my architect Rahul Kadam in 2015, did some work in North America, and then I came back 2 years ago to join our family business. So yeah, that's me.
Hi everyone, good evening. I'm Vivek Jain. I'm from Bajaj Auto Limited. I look after projects, all the projects, Pune, Pan India. We as a team, we have a separate department of real estate. So we look after all the construction projects of Bajaj Auto. Thank you.
Okay, so let me start the questions now. The first aspect I want to ask is on breaking the silos. So very often when we are formulating a team where the clients are involved, the design team is involved, and the environmental consultants are involved, there is a barrier still that exists in the way design and planning is looked at in India. So I would like to understand from Dinesh, particularly since he is from the project management side, and he actually is the bridge between the architect and the client, as to how these silos can be broken and how a truly integrated team can be made, which holistically looks at sustainability for workspaces and the management of that. And could he share some experiences from some of the projects he has been involved in? Yeah.
Thank you, Rahul, for this question. And yes, as a project manager, if I see people think that we know everything and we are the one-man army to see and deliver everything. It's not the case. We do require support from all the stakeholders who are involved and to make it a more successful delivery. So at the start of a project, what important thing what we miss is getting all these stakeholders together on a platform. As we say, silos. Yes, design team is there, then operations team is there, and sustainable team is there. But how often all these teams come together on day one? That's the biggest silos, what I see. And what it happens, designer thinks from a perspective of aesthetics, delivery, innovation. Operations team thinks from a perspective of maintainability, cyclable maintenance, and all other aspect of from an operations perspective. And obviously, the last sustainable team thinks from an ESG compliance and the carbon footprints and all those things. So typically this happens, and that's the real fact. Very sorry to say, but that's a real fact. Very less organizations, very less clients bring these people together from day one. If a designer is there from day one, why can't we have the operations team from day one thinking from an perspective of operations, buildability or maintainability from day one. Why after a layout is approved or a design process has advanced at much later stage, and then they're giving, and again we are going back, which is a waste of time and the material, aspect of the project what has been approved. So it it's up time, and again it's a waste. So we should break it down in a manner that people or the stakeholders should come from day one, and then they give their value addition right from day one. When we say it's the first time, right, there's this straight logic when all the stakeholders are there and they have a vision in terms of what we have to achieve, then I think it will break the barrier.
Yeah, very relevant points there. Coming to the aspect of sustainable materials and how they are used. My next question is on that. How viable is the use of recycled and upcycled materials, locally sourced materials, in large scale workspace environments? What operational challenges arise from these when maintaining or replacing materials? So particularly, I've been very fortunate to work with clients where repurposing of old properties has been done, adaptive reuse of properties has been done. So I would like to ask Vivek to throw some light on this, followed by Kushagra on some of their experiences of recycling and upcycling.
Thanks for the question, Rahul sir. See, as a project implementation team, everything is possible for us provided we evaluate the thing with respect to technical costing. Yeah, technical costing, project timeline, and its impact on maintenance and operation. So I'll share one of our experience at our recently executed project at Chakan, wherein when we started off the project, in order to use this recycled and upcycled material, we need to implement it from the inception stage itself. So when we entered the plant, when we saw the terrain, and we came up with this idea that we will divide this complete plant into 3 different steps. So what we worked out is when we will be doing the land development, the amount of excavated rocks we will be creating will be around 450,000 cubic meter. So from there we got this thought that we need to use this material as much as possible to reduce the landfill and at the same time to reduce the cost. So from there we started thinking where we can use it. So actually we ended up using approx 260,000 cubic meter of rocks uh, in gabion walls, retaining walls, stone pitching, and few backfilling areas. So this has actually helped us reducing the capital cost by 3 to 5%. This is one of the experience that we had with Chakan. Another experience that I would like to share is that we had two big natural perennial quarries inside our plant. From there itself, we made it very clear that we will not be making any man-made water harvesting system. So instead of that, what we did, we planned our complete stormline system in such a way that all the rainwaters goes inside the quarries, which will be reused during summer season for horticulture purpose. This again resulted us with reducing the requirement of water from MIDC. So this is how, if anything comes up with respect to recycling and upcycling, it has to be evaluated with respect to the site condition, the cost, and most importantly, once we leave the area, it should be comfortable for the maintenance team. Thank you.
Yeah, Kushagra, your thoughts on this?
I would like to add one thing, that when it comes to recycled, upcycled materials, they are definitely viable. But I think the shift should come from the availability to accepting the materials, because we are so used to polished and catalog kind of a design and materials that we actually, whenever we something a little unpolished, we think we are compromising. So I think that's a very important shift which we need to make, to accept sustainability, recycle, whether it's commercial or any aspect of architecture and design. The day we accept that change, I think we are good to go in this field. So that's something I would like to do it. And from an experience point of view, I'll share a very nice experience from this, that we were doing a 10,000 square feet terrace for Bharatiya Vidyapeeth medical wing. So my amazing client, Dr. Asmita Jagtap, the owner, she was very much into the project. And when it comes to the flooring, of course, we got it at the bare shell level. And when it comes to the flooring, the obvious choice was to do the tiling. But instead of going for the fresh tiles, she was the one who came to us and said, why can't, it's a huge campus, it's in acres, why can't we use the same products which are just lying around for no use, let's just use that. And we actually did it. So it's a shift basically which was so much needed from the client side to us being a designer, and we actually execute it. So that's very important.
Yeah, I kind of concur. The examples which Vivek gave, I was involved in that project. And what you said, Kushagra, I think a lot of client education and dialogue is needed to convince the client that this kind of savings and upcycling is possible. I remember for the Chakan project, we had series of meetings to actually chalk out an area where the excavated rock could be kept and not carried out of the site, and the contractor earns royalty from it. So there is always a learning curve when it comes to educating clients and reasoning with them why certain things are required, and the result is here to say. And similarly with using materials in a frugal way, India is all about frugality, but we, I think, are in a mixed generation. We try to ape the West. So that is also something which comes with a lot of interaction, where design is a dialogue, not a monologue. When it's a dialogue, then things happen on its own.
I just wanted to add one more
Yeah,
point,
yeah.
Rahul, on this recycled material. So in one of the workshops of sustainability I attended, there was a, thought, and really working around that. We cut trees for tabletops and all wooden items. But what is the thought in case, we call it as a seasoned wood for long term, agar acha long term chalna chahiye to. What about seasoned grass? So there was a manufacturer who came with the thought and for a discussion in a workshop stating that what if below the seabed, if you go and take this out, all these shrubs and the long grass, which have, they have lived their life for years and years with heat, cold, and all temperatures. And if we try to pull it and we try to compress, we process it in a factory and then make a tabletops. Again, it will long last. And again, when it lives its life, again, can be recycled. So without hampering the environment, you are still able to achieve a recyclable material. So a very good thought. The manufacturers are working on that direction globally. But I think when it comes to reality, it will be a big change.
Interestingly, we are doing a similar thing with bamboo. Bamboo is a grass, but the acceptance level is mixed. Some people think bamboo is a very weak material. It's got the highest tensile strength. But we've been successful in convincing clients that why bamboo? Because you can actually grow bamboo and cut it. It's not like cutting a tree. Yeah. Okay, coming to the supply chain aspect. and I think all of us in the room are facing this problem because of the West Asia war, because of the oil crisis. So the next question is on that. What are the biggest supply chain barriers when it comes to sourcing sustainable materials today? How are organizations migrating the risk while staying committed to sustainability? So a lot of materials today, as you know, which are produced by using gas, like ceramics, vitrified tiles, glass, cement-based products, aluminum. There is a huge issue of supply chain, and the prices have hiked up. So that's where sustainable materials are, coming in demand. But I would like to know from Anshuman, who heads a very large contracting company, Shandar Interiors Private Limited, as to what are the experiences in terms of construction management and project management, because they do a turnkey, service. And then obviously from Vivek, who represents the client side in terms of, what are these supply chain challenges given the context of sustainability and circularity.
So Mr. Patil kind of touched on it in the first question that he answered. So timing is key, right? Timing is key for everything. So it's beneficial when we get all the stakeholders involved in the specification, during the design stage and the specification stage, to kind of understand what is the kind of materiality that we are going to use for the project. So if we are going to recycle material, what material are we going to recycle? If we are going to get certain, for lack of better words, green rated material on board, what material are we going to get? So the earlier we identify it, the easier it is during the procurement stages. What happens right now is kind of sustainability. I mean, it's a buzzword, but the sustainability is kind of an afterthought after the design and budgets are frozen, right? So there's a lot of finding the material is not a problem now. Most of the companies that have a booth over here, all of them are highly focused on their ESG initiatives, right? So finding the material is not hard. Identifying it at the right time is what is what's important, right? So the most of these materials, because they are so focused on the green aspect of it, it's going to come with a certain price tag or with a certain lead time to it, right? If a good thing takes time to be manufactured or come into existence. So yeah, so what I mean to say is timing is key for this. So the earlier in the design stage you identify the materials, the better it is for the contractor to procure it on time. So that's my 2 bits.
Yeah, Vivek, your thoughts?
Yeah, as rightly mentioned by Anshuman, as a implementation team, it is very much important for us to get the materials on time so that the project timeline is not getting hampered. So in order to go ahead with any specific sustainable material, it should be, as I already mentioned in my previous answer, it should be decided at the very initial stage of the project so that the client and the management is very well aware about the complete timeline along with the output that we'll be getting after it. So just for as an example, I will put up one experience. During our last project, there was Russia-Ukraine war started. So we felt short of reinforcement supply, and the prices were going like anything. So therein, as an implementation team, it is always important to take a quick decision and pass it on to the vendor so that the project timelines are not hampered. At the same time, the cost impact is not majorly impacted. So in that scenario, we decided to go ahead with the re-rolled steel for the secondary members, which actually costed us less. And we came out that scene in a very happy-go-lucky way. So that is how it goes. It has to be quick from the client side, in case if it is unplanned, or in case if it is decided that we are going ahead with any specific material, then it has to be made clear at the very initial stage. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So I think one very encouraging thing that I've found in the last 3 months for projects that have been tendered out in February, clients do not want to dilute the design, but they want to still do value engineering given the prices that have gone up. So we are all struggling with that, but it's good to see that the client is caring for the design fidelity. Coming to technology integration is becoming very important. And in that context, digital twins and BIM, because I believe digital twins actually gives you the analytical data, and BIM actually gives you where the clashes happen. So using these technologies, how can we reduce wastage? How can we make better performances so that operations are better? So Dinesh, could you share your insights? And Anshuman, since you actually used BIM in the US before coming to India, share your insights on that.
Yeah, yes, technology plays an important role now in terms of design. So BIM, when we say BIM, obviously the modeling helps in terms of various aspects. If I see from a perspective of when we are at design stage, a model of BIM really helps in terms of integrating and getting out the clashes from the drawings, and from an execution standpoint, it helps a lot. But yes, at the same time, those needs to be considered. In the schedule, the right time for the designers, for the BIM modelers to put their efforts and get the right product out of it. Yes, again, from a BIM, what generally we see from a perspective of it's an asset management for a maintenance perspective, and later from their periodic cyclic maintenance. So all these aspects are there from a BIM perspective. From the post, when it comes to an operations, and again, if you see at design stage, the typical conventional method was used. Every individual used to make their own shop drawings. To and fro used to happen. A lot of time wastage used to happen. Material in terms of, I would not say as a material, but efforts in terms of making the drawings, and then individually again, and a coordinated architect used to collaborate all those drawings and then give a lot of comments. But I think BIM has really helped in terms of removing these errors and optimizing the time, and how to optimize the shortest route, and still not to create more of wastage post construction. That BIM has helped. Now dual technology, when we say digital twin, a BIM model, when it is again enhances when digital twin is there. So let's say sensors, IoTs, HVAC optimization. So from an operational angle, if you see energy, these sensors, these utilization studies, these have in terms of collects data, and further it improvises then operations team for their managing the their products, their life cycle, their records. It helps in terms of managing from the long run perspective. So the goal, what they have is always to optimize the things. These technologies really help them, and the life of products, the life of machines, this can be envisaged that this can go more longer. That's my take on this.
Anshuman, your thoughts on the same?
So Mr. Patil covered it all actually. But even so, the gentleman from AWFIS, right, Mr. Francois, he touched on it very briefly. So Revit is which is kind
Last
of
question.
which is a part of BIM. So BIM essentially is helps teams build better, and then a digital twin integrated with a BMS tool is what helps facility managers, manage the facility better. So Revit or any other tool is going to create that the model, and then they bring it out into a software which kind of tracks it. So uh, it's it it's been around for a lot of years now, and there's tangible proof that it has been beneficial to the more complex buildings that we build, right? So stadiums, hospitals, hotels, laboratory buildings. I worked on one of a laboratory building which actively had uh, we had a Revit model, and then we imported it into a digital twin software, and then we tracked primarily the air conditioning and electrical system through the BMS system. There was I used to work at Seattle University. Most of their campus was tracked on a BMS system. So what it does is it helps catch issues before they come up. So you kind of save on productivity over there. We catch things before you have to replace the whole system. So changing a filter is much easier than replacing the whole AHU essentially. So and keeping in line with three pillars of sustainability, right? Reduce, reuse, recycle. If you're able to reduce something altogether, eliminate, yes, it does help.
So unfortunately, we have to cut a few questions. I'd like to conclude. I think given the context of workspaces, campuses, and the real estate that we all collectively create, I think buildings or spaces should be seen as a resource and not become a liability. And I think a lot of work is being done, but a lot of work needs to be done in that directions to create real estate as a resource, not a liability. I want to cite an example of how people are looking at landscape. It is not just that green patch in the campus where you just plant trees and it becomes landscape. So the built and the unbuilt, which is the open space, actually need to talk to each other, because the landscape also is a very big part of the entire aspect or gamut of sustainability and circularity. So a very holistic approach is required to bring these concepts into our projects. And we need to take design to the next level. I think design through dialogue, in my view, has been the most successful way of doing it. And with a single-minded view that good business is that makes a difference to the world, not only to your own business. So it should not be an egocentric kind of an approach. It should be an holistic approach which is for the greater growth of the planet. And we talk about LEED and this certification and that certification. I think the days are gone where we should stop looking at this in a cosmetic way. We need to look at it in a more integrated, honest way. So with this, I think I end the panel discussion, and let me thank the esteemed panel to share some of their experiences and patient audience to hear us out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was lovely. And every great inning needs a strong middle order. And the way you navigated the conversation truly held the session together. May I please invite on stage Mr. Somnath Chaudhary from Dorma and Saurabh Agrawal from Welspun. Somnath Chaudhary from Dorma and Mr. Saurabh Agrawal from Welspun. So Please join in. Please join in. So we'll start with our moderator, Mr. Rahul Kadam. Sir, if you can please step ahead. Yeah, both of you can join. A round of applause for the moderator. Mr. Vivek Jain. Mr. Anshuman Thorat. Mr. Dinesh Patil. And Mr. Kushagra Tyagi. A quick group photo, please. You can join. Thank you so much, our dear moderator and panelists. Hotel team, can you please clear the stage? We are up for again one more energizing session on security. Security in modern offices is no longer limited to access control systems. It has become deeply embedded into very philosophy of workspace. To present on security by design and smart offices, why offices fall in operations, not design. Please welcome Mr. Tarun Sharma, Senior Vice President Marketing, Matrix Comsec, with a round of applause. Before he joins up on stage, can we have the Matrix AV? One more Indian company going global, and they definitely need your support. Request you all to please settle down, come forward, sit down, and enjoy this conversation. All yours, Tarun.
Good evening, all. I think this is the best setting that I could have got. Lesser heads in front and more people at the back. Actually, I am also, itching back that I should also go back. Nonetheless, good evening to all of you. In the last few weeks, I've been part of a lot of conversation on smart office across in India. And one thing which kept showing up is that buildings don't really fail at design. They are wonderful, but what they fail is into the operations. And that interesting part is that this failure is very, very predictable. And that is what I'm going to talk about to you today. Okay, as we all know, we're very clear that smart is already happening. Sensors, a lot of automation, a lot of surveillance, experience layer. So the problem is not the lack of technology. We have actually kind of solved that part. But the question is what happens when all of these things has to work together. When we typically hear security issues, we think cyber, right? Security issues mean cyber, some cyber attacks. But a lot of security issues today starts with a very basic things. Basic things like a door that should not have been opened, a badge, or some devices which are not talking to each other, or maybe nobody is really monitoring those devices. So this is not just a technology problem. It's what happens when system exists, but they don't talk to each other. And this is the pattern we've been seeing across multiple cities. Access sits in one room, video sits in another room. And when something goes wrong, somebody has to actually manually go and connect the data. And honestly, this is not rare. This is happening across industries, across cities, and across buildings. Which is why failure stops being accidental. And when we say at some points, it becomes predictable. So a failure is becoming predictable. And once system gets fragmented, what happens? Is your operational impacts shows up very, very quickly. Security decisions in today's time are taken very, very late in the building life cycle. And when that happens, three things typically happens. One is your cost go drastically up. Second, your integration becomes problematic, right? And third is your operational team gets to have a lot of complexities that they never asked for. Because now what we are trying to do is we are trying to connect those systems which were never originally planned to work together. In most of the security incidents, the biggest problem is not about the breach itself. Is the time which is lost identifying or figuring out what has actually happened. When something typically goes wrong, nobody wants 10, 12 dashboards. They need quick answers on three things. One is that who has entered, what has happened, and where is the footage. And when something simple of these things starts taking 20, 30 minutes, that means your system has failed the operations team. And if you look at many of the recent high-profile security incident today across globally, it's usually not the lack of cameras. It's the delayed coordination between the systems and the delayed response which you're getting out of this. And in cities like Pune, which has a very high density multi-tenant environment, daily, high daily movement. This complexity is even goes further, which is why many organizations today are shifting to a very different approach, which is what we're calling it as a security by design. And when we say security by design, we are not asking you to add more cameras, more number of surveillance. What we are saying is that you don't figure out this once your building is over. When consultants, when facility team, operation team, designers, they should sit together and decide who enters the building, how the movement look like, what should be the normal thing, and what needs to raise an alarm. But that needs to happen at the design phase itself, and not something when building is ready. Because once operation starts, connecting everything will become very, very difficult. Sorry. So if you look at individually these systems like access control, these are wonderful systems. Access tells you who has entered. Video shows you what has happened. But the real value starts coming in when they start to work together. Because once they start working together, that means you just don't have a data, but you have a clarity. And I think clarity is what your operations team or your facility team is actually needing. Okay, let me tell you how does all of these what we have discussed looks like in practice, and how do we approach this at Matrix. Matrix is an Indian manufacturer focused on enterprise grade solutions. Our work primarily span across access control and video surveillance, but the focus is not on the devices. It's on the integrated security infrastructure. We work across commercial building, high compliance environment, industrial facilities where reliability integrations are non-negotiable. At Matrix, we follow a philosophy that security systems should not work like an isolated devices. They should work like as an end-to-end integrated security infrastructure. And this is the gap that we have chosen to work on. We are not selling individual products or the individual systems. What we are here is we are designing security as infrastructure, something that works quietly in the background when especially some things don't go as what you have planned for. Okay. I think one thing which becomes extremely critical in security infrastructure decision is the trust in the underlying technology. I think this is very, very critical because at Matrix, the entire ecosystem is designed and engineered in-house, from R&D to design to product manufacturing. That means your entire hardware, your firmware, and software architecture are all built within the one same ecosystem. And this becomes extremely critical, extremely important from a compliance point of view. Like we have seen the recent Government of India's mandate on STQC guidelines. We are very proud to say that all our products are STQC certified, and we are absolutely 100% compliant on STQC as well. And today these systems are deployed globally with more than 1 million customers across multiple continents. And this is the way how we approach this through an integrated security infrastructure. So instead of deploying isolated systems, access control, video surveillance, workflows, workforce management, all operates through a unified platform. which basically makes the integration very, very easy for the enterprise environments. And just to show you some of these names, these are not theoretical deployments. These are environments where uptime and accountability actually matters. These integrated architectures are deployed across different environments, whether you take a large IT parks, BFSI campuses, manufacturing facilities, healthcare, critical infrastructure environment. And this is exactly where the integration makes the difference. Each of these environments have a very different needs, but the underlying principle remains the same, that security works best when it's thought through as a infrastructure and not something which is added something on the later on stages. So as workplace becomes smart, more connected, more experience driven, the infrastructure behind them becomes even more critical. Because ultimately the reliability of smart office depends on the system which is supporting it. And in today's time, the question is not whether the organization will invest in the security decisions or not. They will eventually, they will have to. But the question is, when do they choose to think about it? In the initial stage or maybe in the later stage? Because what we believe is design is what people see, but security is what makes it work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tarun. A really powerful closing line. Design is what people see. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the final innings of the evening. And as every excited cricket fan knows, the most exciting finishes come towards the end. So request again you all to kindly settle down before we start the panel. Tanmay has told me not to start the panel before everyone settles down. Please settle down. This is the last inning. You will really enjoy it. Request everyone to come forward and be seated. So to moderate the last panel, may I please invite on stage Mr. Ashok Tanmay Khare. Sorry, Tanmay Ashok Khare, beg your pardon. Vice President, Group Head, Bajaj FinServ. And may I ask the hotel team to set up the stage, please. Joining Tanmay are Mr. Pawan Koel, Executive Director and Head Facilities Asset Management Services, Knight Frank India. Mr. Avi Chandarsood, Senior Director, TIA Global Capabilities. Mr. Sujit Idlabadkar, Global Real Estate Manager, Rockwell Automation. Architect Sapna Kakriya, Principal Architect, A&J Canvas. Architect Manjusha Madam, Senior Project Architect, CN Narayan Rao and Associates. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, please. Thank you so much. All yours, Tanmay.
Hello. So to all the folks behind, boss, जब तक ये पैनल नहीं सुनोगे तब तक दारू नहीं मिलेगा. So now you have a choice. So on the lighter note, please do join us. We'll have a quick rapid fire kind of 30 minutes. Yeah, that's what we have. 13. Yeah, that's fine. Great. So I'll keep it very simple. Let's first introduce ourselves and then directly get on to the business. Let's not have something, the back kind of thing. So quickly, I'm architect Tanmay Ashok Khare, an architect by profession, but admin facility guy by passion. I've been working in the industry for almost 22 years now with organizations like I Group, Pidilite, Mahindra, and my current engagement with Bajaj. So look forward to this interesting session and welcome to all my fellow panel members. We can have a quick round of introduction, please.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. My name is Pawan Koyal. I head the facilities and asset management business for India for Knight Frank. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Avi Sood, and I am the head of real estate for a company called TIAA, that is Teachers Insurance Sanity Association of America. And we run our GC out of Pune and Mumbai.
Good evening, Sujit Edlawatkar, Global Real Estate Manager for Rockwell, previously Sensia.
Hi everyone, I'm Sapna. I'm the founder of Canvas Design Studio and we specialize in corporate real interiors. Thank you.
Good evening all. This is architect Mandusha Madame. I'm representing CR Narana Architects Private Limited and we're more into industrial and commercial projects including the institutional one. And I'm heading the Pune division.
Great. Good to see you have a diversity on platform. Typically, as the topic suggests, it's very near to my heart. We all at times are looked as cost centers. But I've been working to eradicate this myth. And specifically with Smart Office, it's been almost 8 to 9 years. Yeah. So the journey is on. The intention is we are not the cost centers, but we are the revenue centers. That's the entire topic also, we have been allotted for. So let me come directly to the business with Sapna. This is a very simple one for you. Typically, how can organizations strike the right balance between high quality workspace design and tight budget constraints?
So I'll begin with your question. I don't agree putting design and cost on two different ends of the bargain. I think it goes hand in hand. A good design is a design which is effective, keeping the cost in mind. When you speak about good design, it's about the experience that we create in place. It's never about the way it looks. It's about the way it feels. So a space where employees can thrive, grow, feel comfortable, feel safe. That is the parameters of a good design. That doesn't entail cost. That entails good design, good thought process, practicality. There are a lot of factors. Natural light, good HVAC system, good air quality, good water quality, good circulation. How do you lay out your departments? The comfort of the whole space. How are you making every space collaborative? So there are a lot of factors which are not dependent on just the materials. So that's a myth.
So typically, पैसे से सब चीज नहीं खरीदा जा सकता.
Exactly.
Yeah? Great. Would you like to add?
I agree with Sapna. But yes, the design can be made cost effective, of course, if you plan it at the initial stage. You need to sit with the client, you need to have multiple workshops with the client, then coming to the materials, making the BOQs, design has to be perfect, and accordingly you can definitely manage the cost.
So typically design, cost, they all are, coming down to
Interconnected.
one thing, that is experience.
Yes.
Yeah. You typically feel down the lines, have we come across any innovative ways or any typical innovative practices to make sure that these go hand in hand? Because see, client and the requirements have been changing.
Right.
We were in pre-COVID wherein we had partitions across. Then came the COVID sector, or prior to COVID probably was the open office kind of concept. Nobody expected we would be work from home. Today we are back to office, but still under a dark sense, we might again go back to some kind of work from home. We never know. A couple of organizations, they have already declared 1 day or 2 day, considering the war situation as of now. So any typical innovative ideas you feel?
See, first of all, we need to understand the requirements. When you are designing office, whether it's a rented premises or is it for individual usage or is it for some industrial use. So you have to define the space first. So accordingly, you can come across, I mean, you need to discuss with these people who are going to occupy, or the end users, you can say. So accordingly, if see, there are multiple ways of designing offices. Of course, you have to put some efforts in maybe the reception area, or of course, toilets also play a very vital role in offices. Then you have to create a lot of collaborative zones. Accordingly, I mean, you have to create the spaces. Open space, of course, is a cost saving, because you need you are going for a modular furniture, and which can be flexible in terms of you can modify the layout as and when you want. So yes, it is possible. The innovation is possible. For example, training rooms that can be used in a multiple ways. So you can have the furniture in the training room in such a way that you have a training session in a rows, or you can have it in the discussion form. So there are ways you can have sliding folding partitions in the multipurpose halls. You can use it like you use the stackable chairs, you use the foldable tables, use that as a hall whenever there are functions happening in the office. So it's all about creativity. It's like yes, you can adjust the cost with your creativity.
So typically something agile kind of thing. Sapna, would you like to add on this?
I think you've covered most of the points, but one very important point is adaptive reuse. A lot of our clients right now are willing to experiment in reusing products that they've been using over the years. We did a very interesting projects where we recycled about 1,100 chairs, which they've been using last 10 years. So keeping cost, it's not about the cost, it's also about sustainability. So that is a practice that we are very actively following on our projects. And as she rightly said, making sure that you're putting your money in the right places, which are more impact making, like your reception, collaboration, community connection points, and then keeping the work zones fairly simplistic. That is one. Second is agility, which she already spoke about, multiple reuse of each space, and going modular. The more modular you are, the faster and more economical it will be.
Typically more standardized.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. So going forward, Sapna, I would like to ask you one more thing related to this. Typically, how should organizations evaluate the long-term ROI? Yeah, considering the cost-cautious workplace, you said one space which can act as a multiple kind of role for certain organizations, but it's not a mandate that might work for a different organization. So overall, if you see the ROI, specifically when sustainability is priority, how do you see the overall ROI is getting affected?
I think today there are multiple ways of getting your ROI. It's not just the space. You've gone virtual in so many ways. You have virtual employees, which is in form of AI. There is technology taking precedence over everything. So I think talking about space is going to become redundant over the years, because now you're actually in a virtual space. So in today's time, yes, it's important the way you calculate a ROI is investment basis your output, which also boils down to what we are talking about, how you design your spaces, because you want to increase your efficiency of each employee, make them give more than what you would expect them to, and that is why you invest in the spaces. But yes, you also need to emphasize on technology and see how you can use that to get a better ROI.
It's typically a mix, what we saw, guys who have permanent work from home, they are dying to go to offices. Yeah, and people who are 5 or 6 days in offices, they say, "Yaar, work from home ek do din to hona chahiye." Yeah. So Manjusha, would you like to add on that?
Honestly, I too prefer work from home. But that saves a lot of time. That travel from office to home, home to office, that saves a lot of time, and that I can invest the time in productivity. So yes, but you should be going to office. Work from office is another way of collaborating with people, discussions, new ideas. So you sit on one platform and you discuss. So that discussion is another important factor, that you should be going to office, working in office. And for such discussions, you should have nice breakout areas or the
Right.
collaborative zones. You can develop multiple ideas, you can generate multiple ideas that way.
So
For
we are typically social. I'm just
Yeah.
cutting you on this, and we've seen cafeterias being places where innovations happen.
Yes.
Cafeterias are spaces where uh, you know interpersonal relationships they grow. Typically, people they admire on the workplace that they work for. So it's more towards how we present ourselves and take care of ourselves as social animals. So you had it perfectly. I'll come to you, Pawan. Typically, we have this experience, we have the cost, we have the design. Now, typically, could you please throw some light on how can certain cost-saving measures, be implemented without compromising on the functionality? Any typical case study, because you've seen both sides of the.
Yeah, absolutely. So I remember back in 2007 when I was in Dubai, the first gold lead certified fit out was something that I had done for ABN AMRO Bank. And from there on to today, the concept of what you are using the space for is more defined by how much efficiency you want to draw out of it. I don't think the vision has changed too much. But in terms of opportunities available to convert capex into opex, have tremendously grown. So originally the idea was, what's the capex budget you want to begin with? How much per square foot you want to spend? But today, if you take that argument, you can turn it on its head. Most of the things from large heavy equipment like HVAC and all that are available. Cooling as a service is available. There is funding available for a lot of it. Furniture can be now bought on an EMI kind of a model, so on and so forth. So if you ask me, design should be separate to cost, because cost can be given to the procurement guys to see what they can do, but it should never reflect on
Yeah,
design.
because that becomes a big problem when it goes on the procurement. Both are compromised. Your cost is compromised, your experience is compromised.
Exactly.
So typically, something like coming from global to local, focusing more on the regional requirement of the site rather than having some international standards followed. Yeah, typically, you feel these kinds of concepts will work. Avi, you will definitely have to add on that.
Yeah, I think I was just remembering some of the examples the other colleagues were talking about. And this is a project that we were involved about 3 years back. So we had, leased almost 1 million square feet of space for a bank. And there we had also an opportunity to create a podium into a multi-use space. And if you see, podium leasing is very different from the production floor leasing. It's at a very different cost differential. And we realized that the podium space can work out as our town hall space. It could work out as our collaborative spaces. Your fun zones, game zones could be brought in there. While we were doing the project, the big point, and working in a tropical country, we all know the kind of heat that we have to face. We found that there was no comfort cooling. And just talking about how to use the space in the right way, we started working on a concept where a podium is open from all 4 sides, but there was no comfort cooling. So we brought in, from a design perspective, the aspects of comfort cooling. And just to share quickly with you, it was a very simple design. We had a running kitchen and a cafeteria on the floor above, and there was conditioned air which was being thrown out because of the cooking islands and drawing that aroma. So what we did is we just kind of compared the differential there and we threw the conditioned air into the podium. That worked. It brought down the temperatures by 4 to 5 degrees. And that's when we went for the evaporative cooling concept, wherein we brought in similar to what we see in the desert cooler. What is a desert cooler? It's just an evaporative cooler. So same concept, we brought it into the ducts, and till date, I think a lot of industry forums who have visited Barclays site would be aware of it. So that kind of a concept still continues. We didn't have to create any any spaces for this kind of the game zone, fun zone, eateries into the production area. So this is a very big example where, and this is for long. So sustainability, like she mentioned about reuse of chairs.
Right.
Most of the times we don't realize our chairs have a warranty of 12 years, but on the book value, you may be throwing it in 7 years. But actually you have a chair which has warranty for 12 years. So why not refurbish or refresh it? It doesn't
Right.
need any cost.
Refresh would be the proper word, because generally organizations, they cut corners on this. So what I clearly see is it's better we avoid doing that. So Sujit, I'll come to you. We've been handling tight timelines. Yeah. So how do compressed project timelines affect material procurement, labor cost, and in fact the overall quality?
So practically what I have seen is, frankly, we spend too much time, initial dates, and then later on the pressure comes on the contractor to deliver faster. I think that is the biggest mistake we are doing. He has limited scope available for compressing things at his end. What we have to do is we have to take faster decisions. See, there is no fixed formula how much time you can spend on it. Maybe organization would like to deliberate for months to decide what kind of
Yeah, but typically what we were told is every single extra day on site is a cost.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You don't see it upfront, but later on it is definitely here to hit you. So typically basis on those critical cost and timeline parameters, uh, would you like to enhance or share one typical incidence?
Of how to squeeze the timing.
Yes. Typically, any strategies you might have adopted?
So nowadays, what is happening? A lot of time we are importing things. So first of all, you have to just understand what is the import component. Then you have to see, okay, critical path method. So which component is going to take more time? So you have to order those things. Let's say PACs or maybe imported glass or something else you want to do. So all long lead time item we try to take decision earlier. So it's not possible to conclude everything. So that's what we have to decide. What is the long lead time item? So some of the things like which plant to buy, maybe we can do later on. But initial stages, you have to take this call, RFP timeline.
So typically something like a collaboration from day one is what you intend would be a better practice.
Involvement of all stakeholders from first stage is required, because later on if someone says, hey, I don't like this, or someone was mentioning that HR person will say, no, this is not what I was expecting as a training room, modify this. If you have to rework, I think that is a overkiller.
So multiple stakeholders, I'll come to you, Pawan, on this. You've been navigating through multiple stakeholders. Typically, what do you think would be the conflicting priorities either ways? Yeah. If you see the developer perspective, the facility guy perspective, even the designer perspective, and the end user perspective.
So I think the crux of the matter is finally that when the design is signed off, when it gets converted into the actual drawing for the work to start and begin, I think a lot of things get dropped off, and the operations guys are brought in much later, and somewhere that leads to a lot of rework or maintenance costs on the total assets, cost of ownership. So I think fundamentally, if there is an opportunity to use a BIM model or some kind of virtual system where you are able to test those aspects. So I have seen so many stupid mistakes, I mean, sorry to call it that, but which could have been easily avoided, whether it is a very high ceiling, which is completely not maintainable, which is, ramps at the stairs, where there are at right angles and you can't take a stretcher, right? You can't turn it. And, small things like this. But issue is that there has to be some relevance. And maybe there is a value for the operations guy to become a consultant as well.
Yeah, because at times functionality and practicality, they tend to go hand in hand. But what I personally feel is both are meant to go hand in hand, because it's not by choice that function and practicality can work. But if the space is designed to function in a particular way, it has to be practical, and it can't be cutting off or having any round off on this.
No, absolutely. For example, a lot of things you see in the new buildings in India are because somebody saw that in the US, right? So is it relevant to us? For example, for the longest of time, we had false ceiling. Right now, for the last few years, there is no
Open
ceiling.
ceiling, yeah.
Right.
So
I always say, as an operations guy, you are asking me to cool another 30% space, right? So you're spending more money operationally. We have facade glass, and our situation is not ideal for facade glass. There they need it because they need every bit of sunlight to heat the space. We want to keep the heat away. So I think there are so many things which has to be relevant to the local.
any typical framework you suggest which can be workable, because collaboration is one part. Any other perspective you think?
So primarily, there is a very dirty time, which is handover, takeover time, right? So always it's something which leads to conflict. And I think that is where I was hinting at, that if there is a clear understanding in the project plan, that at what points do you need handovers, right? It can't be finally everything is done, then you bring the last guys in.
So पूरा हाथी जाने से पहले you can have a part kind of thing. That's perfect. Avi, Sujit, would you like to add?
Yeah, so I think one big thing that we made changes was that we brought in the user group first. User group is extremely important to define what they require in the premise, and I think that is where we miss. So at times we kind of don't write from a user perspective the requirements, and then the designer comes in. And let me tell you, design is something which is extremely important. It needs to go through multiple reviews, because once the cement dries, it is very difficult to rework. The day two works have to be very light.
Perfect. You nailed it. Sujit?
So, see, at design stage itself, I feel a lot of, conflict. Everyone has different choices to make. And plus, so I spoke about then what you are selecting, and then what are the timelines and how it is going to impact. So what best I do is trade off. I don't rule out, oh, this is not possible, this will take 8 weeks and so on. It's ruled out. So don't rule out things. Just trade off. Okay, if you are making this choice, project timeline instead of 3 months will be 4 months. If everyone is in agreement, why not do it?
Right. So Sapna, I'll come to you. Typically, you have been a bridge, between the end user and the developer at times. So the person who's investing and the end user. How do you think any one strategy that works and that changes the entire approach? Because my next question will be aligned to the similar, the approach related stuff.
Between the investor and the end user.
So I'm the organization, you are the designer,
Yeah.
and my employee is the end user.
Actually, I'll continue from where he started. My most successful projects have been the projects where we have sat with the owners, with the end users, and their FM team, to be very honest. Because we actually know each and every pain point from everyone from day one, and we can give a more holistic solution. So I think the best bet is it's never these two people. There are a lot of
Right.
stakeholders who occupy the space, but there are also people who run the space.
Right. So typically the ones who design, the ones who will be using, and the ones who will be maintaining it.
Exactly. So I
From
think
day
we
one.
forget that, and that's a pain point for a lot of people, and they come in at the end.
Right.
And that is something, if we involve, I think it's a better
Great.
experience.
So typically, I will share one of our key experiences. We represent the board. We say no, we don't represent. But things have changed. Organizations have changed the perspective. They want admin, FM, infra, CRE guys to sit in the board and explain the design. Get the architect, get the interior designer, get the PMC consultant, get the XYZ who's who in the room, freeze the design, and then implement. Yeah, so that's the overall culture change that's been going on. Typically, my next question would be to both of you. We heard in the last panel, we have BIM, we have twin systems. You think we practically have their implementation? And if yes, what are the key challenges? Because I'll not have much on the technology approach. We all are aware, Rivet, and all these things, they are a part and parcel of the design. But what would be the key challenges, in implementing these and making them as a wow factor?
To be very honest and upfront, it took me 2 years to convince my
Right.
organization to shift from AutoCAD to Revit. But today I can very proudly say we are 100% on BIM.
Right.
We are already generating BIM 500 and now we are moving towards 600 LOD, which will also include the FM and everything else that is concerned with that. So yes, it was a very long drawn struggle, but it's completely worth it. It's also a very large investment. Even your systems and softwares, everything is way more expensive. But what it's right now helping me is a very smooth process for designing, execution, a lot of time saved,
Lot of resource.
reruns and lot of rework saved. And at the same time, it is a very good tool for you to give flawless solutions. So I think it's completely worth it. And because we are on the other side of the spectrum, I can proudly say that.
Manjusha?
Completely agree with Sapna. Beam, of course, has helped us a lot because we are designing structures. And when it is a structure, the services come into picture. So Beam is very helpful in creating this, the conflicts of the services. We can identify at the first stage of the design. So yes, it is very, very useful. And we are, of course, using it in our
Right.
projects.
So
Of
even
course,
calibration of the organization was a problem. Now, with the time, we have accepted the fact that this will be the future, and technology is here to assist you. So on that note, I'll ask one rapid fire to everyone. Typically, would humbly request everyone to answer this in one sentence. Yeah, because I'll take the leverage of cutting it if it is not a sentence. So typically, one piece of advice you would give to this audience for delivering cost efficient yet high impact workplaces, what would be that?
planning.
Plan.
Plan.
Sorry?
Planning has to
Planning
be perfect.
has to be, okay, robust.
Your strategies has to be clear.
Taken. Planning has to be robust. Sapna?
Promote Make in India.
Promote Make in India. Taken. Fair enough. Sujit?
So in my case, we start with lesson learned from previous project. So maybe my facility guy will give better input to what went wrong. And that we use first thing that we take note of it and then only start.
So experience-based learning is what you intend to say. Great. Avi?
Yeah, for me, design is a tool and sustainability is the North Star. So that is what I believe.
Sorry, come again?
Design is a tool
Design is a
and
tool?
sustainability is the North Star.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Pawan?
I would say my key message would be that use as much recycled stuff as possible.
Okay.
There is just a lot of innovation happening in the market. You just have to do a little bit of research and you will see amazing products coming out.
Great. So in the interest of the time and the drinks which are waiting for us, I'll just wrap up this session with a key learning. Taking it, planning is very important. From day one, engage all the teams, be it more local and global as per your requirement. Experiences will speak. And yes, definitely, if you want quality, you can't compromise on cost. So all the best, guys. Hope we had a nice session and some knowledge sharing from our end. You were an amazing audience, and thank you for holding on to the chairs. Where is Indrajit? So आप बार open कर सकते हो. Thank you, guys. Thank you, panelists. Have a nice time. Thank you.
Yes, every great innings deserves a strong finish, and this panel has certainly delivered on it. Thank you so much. And to hand over a token of appreciation, may I please invite Mr. Tarun Sharma from Matrix Comsec and Mr. Satish Sharma from Featherlight. A round of applause for our panelists. They have. So to begin with, can we have Tanmay stepping ahead, please? Mr. Pawan? Yes. Mr. Avi? Mr. Sujit? Sapna ji? Manju ma'am? And a quick group photo, please, if you can step ahead. All of you can step ahead. Before we conclude, we have a lucky draw. I request Satish to stay back. Can we have the bowl? Satish, all yours. You want someone to draw the card? You want?
Yeah, it's working. Nitin, are you around? Yeah, please come over. So this is the most interesting part of the evening. We have a lucky draw, and for you all, just to introduce, Nitin heads the Pune operations for Featherlight, and he is going to pick up this lucky draw. And of course, you are not going to see this. You got to look somewhere and then pick the lucky draw.
So the lucky winner,
Mr. Jayant Chaudhary,
Jayant Chaudhary,
architect and design consultant.
So is Jayant there? Because the condition is the winner needs to be here. If the winner is not here, then it goes on. So I don't think Jayant is here. So we will go ahead with the second option. Let's see Nitin picks up whom. And it continues.
Mr. Shiv Singh from ISS.
Shiv Singh ISS.
So now that's the challenge. Shiv, are you there?
Oh wow.
Wonderful.
Here's the lucky winner.
We will check for the ID card, Shiv, huh? No, that's on lighter side. Please come. Congratulations. So congratulations. You have won an ergonomic chair. That means you will be more comfortably working, more productive for more hours.
Long hours. That is
Yeah?
important.
We'll take a photo, please.
Thanks.
Come.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to unwind, connect, and continue the conversation over cocktails and dinner. We invite you all to stay back for networking and enjoy the evening ahead. Thank you once again on behalf of ITP Media and all our partners. We thank you for participating and making this event successful. Thank you once again.